We went from a very small community-based event to Idaho's largest entrepreneurial event.
People migrate to where there's opportunity, right? And so, you go to some other places and I think there's kind of waning opportunity, where here in Boise, it seems like there's waxing opportunity, right? There's definitely like a moment and growth that's happening here.
It started with someone having a dream and taking the risk to do something about it. And 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, whatever it may be, going, okay, I still remember what that was like. I lived that, I experienced it, and how can I take everything that I've learned and truly pay it forward?
Relationships are built, and they last, and they go beyond just Entrepreneur Week.
Having somebody believe in you can be kind of a game changer. If there is somebody in your life that's like going through the struggle, going through the hustle, and you believe in what they're doing, let them know. It can mean the world to them.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. Thank you for joining us again on View Live. We're here with day 3 of Boise Entrepreneur Week, and we have an exciting program of live stream segments for you today. But we're going to kick off today with a conversation with last night's Peak 43 organizers. We're going to get into that, talk over how the event went, what stood out, what we took away. We're joined on the live stream this morning, TM Rastegar, co-chair of Boise Entrepreneur Week. My name is Jacob Grinwis. I'm TM's co-chair as well. And then we're here with Kara Jackson from Boise Dev. Thanks for joining us, Kara.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob.
On camera again.
On camera again.
Can't get off
it. Nope. In the same room. It feels like we were just here.
It does feel like we were.
That's how all of BU feels. You kind of live at jump. There's a lot going on. Yesterday we had our kickoff really with our programming. Peak 43 was the crown jewel at the very end of the day. Today we've got another great session in store. If you can make it down to jump, registration is free. But if you can't leave the office or you're not in Boise, you can tune in and take part in all the action on BU Live. Today we've got the start track kicking off the morning, the military track in the afternoon, and the small business track, which we'll talk a little bit more about. We're also rounding out today with the food track. Our trail mix pitch competition takes place tonight. 5:30 p.m. is when that starts. It'll be live streamed on BU Live as well. But like I said, it's free to attend. So if you can get down here to jump, come on down and take part in the action. Those 4 finalists will be competing for $50,000, shelf space at Albertsons, and thanks to our partners at the Boise State Studio Blue, they're going to be providing a consumer test survey. So those entrepreneurs can test their product before they take it to market, which I think is going to be a really cool addition. So that being said, Tim, anything you want to say to the audience tuning in?
Yeah, the last shameless plug I'll make for today, because I really want to talk about Peak 43, because it just added so much value to BU and the entrepreneurial ecosystem here. I'll just make a shameless plug and just announce that Tom Gonzer, the founder of DocuSign, will be at Boise Entrepreneur Week today. Him and his friend Fred Cosetto, the founder of Amex, on a last-minute whim decided to come to Boise and partake. Tom actually was born and raised in Boise, went to Capitol High, and then went on to found this little company we all know now called DocuSign. So shameless plug there. And let's transition right into Peak 43. We were in the audience last night. We got to partake. I had the honor of sharing the stage with you guys for a little bit, announcing 2 startup company winners on behalf of Trailhead. Kara, kind of take us back to the inception days of the idea of Peak 43 and sort of what gap it fills in our community.
Yeah, well, I'm the co-founder of Boise Dev with my husband, Don Day. And for a long time, I was a silent partner. So I had a corporate gig, I was in marketing. And a couple years ago, we were really trying to think about how we could continue to grow Boise Dev and serving our mission of being a local news source for readers and putting our readers and our community first. And we've always felt like there were some gaps in the business events here in the Treasure Valley. And so I was actually on bed rest when I was pregnant, when I came up with this idea.
Best ideas.
When you're stuck in bed and you're brainstorming ideas. But I was like, nobody's talking about fast-growing companies here in Boise. And I was actually looking at what some of the other business journals and media outlets do in other communities across the US. And there's this event in a lot of large cities called Fast 50. But nothing was being done here in Idaho. And so that night at dinner at our kitchen table, I was like, Don, there's this idea, why can't we recognize Idaho's fastest growing companies? And he was like, oh my gosh, I love it. As soon as, I mentioned it was based on math, it's based on revenue growth. He was all about it. And so from there, we just started brainstorming like we have about so many other aspects of Boise Dev. And then, last winter, we came to you guys because we felt like recognizing entrepreneurs at, the state of growth is kind of like the next step past, startup pitches and those sort of things. And so we felt like it might be a good addition to Boise Entrepreneur Week, and so we're so glad that you partnered with us.
There's so much synergy between Trailhead and Peak 43, and I'll use this as a segue. So if we do our job right at Trailhead, we will fill your pipeline of Peak 43 prospects full to the brim.
Yes.
That said, one thing about Entrepreneur Week, every square is a rectangle, but not every rectangle is a square. Every entrepreneur could be part of a startup, but not every startup founder considers themselves an entrepreneur. The breadth of diversity of industries, size, brick and mortar versus software. Take us through the winners and tell us a little bit about that diversity.
Yeah, so we opened up the application period last spring. It was open up for a couple months. And the rules in order to apply are pretty simple. You have to be an independent, privately held business based here in Idaho, and they had to have a minimum of $100,000 of revenue in 2020. And so the goal was to really recognize all aspects of entrepreneurism and business building. And so it was really cool because last night we recognized, some of the tech companies here in Idaho that are well known, like Lean Law and, Love Every and In Time Tech. But then there were also a lot of companies that, were smaller startups or have more of a services aspect, like Native Landscape Services, Tapson's Tree Service.
Stella Ice Cream.
Stella's Ice Cream.
Probably the night's favorite.
The crowd went crazy.
Crowd went wild for Stella's. Rodriguez Bakery, who has such an amazing story of actually how they pivoted to making tortillas. So it was really cool to kind of see every industry covered, from development to tech to services. And the reality is that all of these companies are making up the diverse economy that's critical to Idaho and critical to our growth.
Yeah. Well, something you said at the beginning was it was all thanks to math. And that was also one of my favorite quotes from last night. I forget the gentleman's name that does the Boise State basketball announcement. But
Abe Jackson.
Abe Jackson.
Yeah, our co-MC.
Yep. Gretchen also did so well. Her voice is just so iconic. It was funny seeing her talk on stage. I was like, I know that voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had said at one point, they both had said, oh, this is all due to math. Thank you, math.
Yes.
And I thought that was hilarious. But what I'm curious to know is why does percentage growth matter as opposed to revenue in general? Why did you guys choose to focus on that? Despite it working well in other cities, what about the percentage growth makes the sense for Peak 43?
Yeah, I think if you just do it based off of revenue numbers, then the big guys are always going to win, right? It's always going to be the same companies at the top. And the reality is that growing a business is really challenging, right? It takes a lot of grit. It takes a lot of perseverance. These entrepreneurs are working around the clock, no matter what industry they're in. And so we really wanted to recognize growth versus just the big revenue numbers. There's other awards in town and in the state that recognize the largest companies, but we wanted to recognize growth, which I think is important. And it's kind of a differentiation and something that nobody else was doing. And it celebrates, I think, a key component of entrepreneurism.
Yeah, speaking of growth and back to the synergy, I had a really proud Trailhead dad moment last night. It's Trailhead's 10th anniversary, and I've been reflecting a lot, what has happened over the last 10 years. And Boise Dev started at Trailhead.
It did.
And to see you guys on stage putting on this phenomenal event, I just had this proud Trailhead, again, dad moment. I couldn't help myself but shouting that out to Dawn as we were both on stage last night. Yeah, in terms of growth, the startups and entrepreneurs that are at Trailhead, I think, are prime candidates for next year.
Yes.
And so, is there anything that we can keep in mind or should be on the lookout for when it comes to applying for next year?
Yeah, so if you are an entrepreneur and your company is growing quickly, you can actually go to our website, boisedev.com, and sign up to be alerted when applications open up next spring for Peak 43 2025. And the rules will be the same. The timeline's just going to be shifted, so it will be percentage of growth from 2021 to 2024. So I think the list will be different next year. We'll have some repeat winners, but we'll also have some new companies in the mix, which will be really fun.
And hopefully we have you back here at Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah, I hope so.
Nice plug.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all the time we have for this first segment, but stay tuned to BU Live. We have a whole catalog of programs lined up for you this morning. We're going to be talking about intellectual property, military entrepreneurship, and what that looks like here in Idaho, and a bunch more. So stay tuned, and thanks for watching. Welcome to Trailhead Boise. We're located in the heart of downtown Boise. My name is Jacob. I'm our Director of Operations. Let me show you our co-working space. Our co-working memberships are designed to be affordable and accessible to any price point, and we offer two main types of memberships. What you're seeing behind me is our hot desk membership. This is your standard co-working setup. All of our desks are seat stand adjustable. They come with a monitor and an HDMI hookup. You come in, you find an open desk, and you get to work. If you're looking for a little bit more of a dedicated experience in a co-working space, we offer a dedicated desk membership. This provides you 24/7 access to Trailhead, a desk that's reserved for your exclusive use, and the ability to leave equipment, decorate the desk how you please, make it your own. Both of these membership levels come with access to reserve our meeting rooms. We've got a private meeting room, which is great for confidential calls, 2 group meeting rooms, which are conference style, great for collaboration, and then we've got 2 phone booths, which are great for quick calls on the go. Co-working is really just the beginning. We have a full suite of programs like Boise Pitch Night, You Lead Idaho, Boise Entrepreneur Week, Ideas at Go, and many more, which you can find on our website, tailored to help you at any step of your entrepreneurial journey. Whether you're at the very first stages, trying to take an idea from a napkin and turn it into a business, or you're pitching for your first investments, all the way to raising your Series A rounds. We have a full suite of tailored programs to help you learn the skills you need to be successful and connect you to the people in our resources who can help take your business to the next level. So whether you're an entrepreneur looking to start or grow your business, or a remote worker looking to switch up the home office and find community, we're probably a great fit for you. Check us out next time you're in downtown Boise.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Welcome back to Boise Entrepreneur. We're excited to have you online, joining us live. My name is Kara Van Sant. I'm the director of Boise State's Venture College. Venture College is dedicated to helping entrepreneurs launch their businesses beyond the classroom. And we offer an incubator program, we offer various competitions, and we help them, students and faculty members and community members, launch their businesses and provide seed funding. Oh, and I'll pass it over to our panelists to introduce themselves too.
Thank you, Kara. I'm Shannon Madsen. I'm the district director for the Boise U.S. Small Business Administration Office. And what we do is we're a small federal agency. We're founded just to help small businesses. We do that through a variety of manners. We offer counseling through our partners like the Women's Business Center, the Small Business Development Center, and SCORE. We offer capital. We do small loans, larger loans through our local lenders. And we also do contracting. So if a business is interested in expanding and growing, contracting is an incredible opportunity because the U.S. government is the world's #1 purchaser of goods and services. So we like to say we're there from every start of a business journey, from the napkin stage all the way through succession planning. So thank you.
All right, I'm Kim Reeves, CEO of Legacy Innovation. We specialize in pressure, temperature, and flow. And part of this discussion is to talk about what are some of the challenges and suggestions of, regardless whether you're just starting or you're scaling, that can help facilitate that process. And while these two have resources with all kinds of checklists of things that you can follow to guarantee your success, basically, I wanted to offer two suggestions that are a little less common that we dealt with as we were scaling. We started out in beer technology. We made beer really cold in stadiums and made sure that draft beer poured really well. We were saving the world one beer at a time, right? Takes a lot of science to pour a good beer. When COVID hit and everything shut down, we realized a way we could help was to take our our beer technology and transfer it to medical devices. And so we did that, and it obviously, we had to scale that from nothing because we didn't know that industry. So two tips I could give you, regardless whether you have a product or a service or whatever you're trying to put out in the world, I think it applies. One is customer discovery. A lot of people think that customer discovery is a phase in the beginning of a project. We disagree. We think it should permeate the entire thing, and it should be a lifestyle. As you're developing, whatever you're developing, you should be going to the subject matter experts, the end users, even people who are adjunctly aligned with what you're doing. They deliver some other feature or function of what you're providing. Go to them for customer discovery. What are the problems? What are we trying to solve? Start from scratch. Don't look at what's already out there as a competitor. Start from nothing to solve the problem. When we were taking our beer cooling technology and making a box that can keep blood at the perfect temperature while it's in transport. Weirdly, coincidentally, beer and blood want to be stored at 37 degrees. No accident, they're both living fluids. So who did we go to? We went to the people who were in academia who were blood researchers for decades. We went to people in EMS who are trying to get blood out to remote areas. What does it need to do? We're constantly asking, one of the best questions you can ask is, what else can it do? What else can it do? What this will do is help you refine your product to the point where you eliminate competition. By continuing to add more functionality and meeting more needs, you've risen above the status quo, right? And you create something where you don't need as much of a marketing budget or sales effort because you're already building the sales process in with the buy-in that you're getting from the people you're talking to, right? The second suggestion, in addition to customer discovery, is don't do it alone. And they're so aligned because it's the same people you're working with. These people who are experts in their field, they've been spending decades doing the same kind of thing you're doing. So it may not be exactly the fit of your passion and what you're creating, but it's passion adjacent. And by getting them involved in the project, they can actually take on portions of what you're doing. So you don't have to add staff. And oftentimes you don't have to compensate any of them because it's part of their job already. So they can be big, and they add a lot of credibility. And so what this has done by doing this process, it took our little container for blood way beyond and scaled it way beyond what we thought it could be. It's now a nationwide blood management system is what we're proposing, and we just recently got a SBI, or Phase 1 contract from the U.S. Department of Transportation for a feasibility study on this nationwide, what could be a nationwide system. That's way bigger and broader than we could have created on our own, but it was only through customer discovery and engaging all these other people who have similar goals that it grew to something that was way bigger. And we didn't have to add any staff, we didn't have to add any sales or marketing dollars, and they've helped with some of the heavy lifting in what we're trying to create. So those are two suggestions that no matter what you're doing could help launch you faster, further, without additional cost or additional people.
No, I love that. Thank you for sharing, and congratulations on that incredible pivot too, to life-saving beer and blood cooling.
There you go.
No, that's incredible, Kim. And one thing I would love to ask for your opinion on is, so at the Venture College, we have an incubator program. It's a 10-week crash course in entrepreneurship based on the Lean Startup. And we require quite a few customer interviews. And so we have teams who we ask them to do 10 to 20 a week, depending on where we are in the incubator. And a lot of times it feels for participants like a lot. And we also let them know this is just a starting point, and even past the program, continue with the customer discovery. A big question that we get though is, how do we approach these potential customers or these? And so especially as you made this pivot, could you maybe share a couple insights on how you started reaching out to potential new customers?
Yeah, I think if you could just boil this all down, everybody wants to know when they're engaging with something, what's in it for me? Like, why should I be involved? Why should I talk to you? So you want to find out ahead of time what's their win. So for example, if we want to engage somebody who's a blood expert at a research institution, it's going to take their time, it's going to take their expertise. We may be even asking for something. Well, what is their win? Well, they have to publish papers. They have to, okay, well, what if you were to publish a paper on this? It's the first time this is technology is out in the world, and all of a sudden they say, now that's interesting. So figure out what their win is. What is their win of being involved, other than any type of monetary compensation? Now you're getting not just their expertise, but you're getting their heart and you're getting their passion. They'll be much more engaged, and they'll be much more committed to having what you're doing be successful, because they get something out of it as well.
I love that.
I think kind of my 2 cents on this, we see a lot of businesses really at that napkin stage. They haven't had other businesses. How do we get there? And kind of to Kim's couple points is, you got to lay it out. You got to make a plan. We're big fans of the business model canvas, where you look at customer identification, you look at your competition, you look at your sales revenues, and you map it all out. Is it feasible? I call the canvas model of feasibility for your business, and also the people. You don't know who you don't know, what you don't know, and that's the biggest challenge I see for small businesses. They come across these challenges that they couldn't ever have anticipated, and there's people out there to help through these challenges. Through our resource partner, we have the Small Business Development Center, we have the Women's Business Center, we have SCORE, but there's also the Trailheads. We also have the Science Business Resource Centers. And these business advisors, they work businesses in and out. And so they know every challenge that small businesses have. And so go to them, help with projections, help with your business plans, help with the customer identification, help with the sales pitches. You're not in it alone. And that's the biggest obstacle we see, is go get help, because people love helping. People love mentoring. People love helping the communities grow. So there's a lot of resources out there, and so that's one of our biggest pushes, is go ask for help.
And I think it ties right into, what is your win? Our win is your win. So people like us should not be afraid to come and talk to you. Don't be embarrassed that we don't know, because everything that you do to help us, we become a success story that then you can share. So when we win, you win. So it's us helping you win by coming to you. It's so synergistic.
And I would also say we learn so much from entrepreneurs like yourself as well, because every process is different. So we're all learning and kind of pivoting together. But I do know we are just about out of time, and so real fast before our time's up, where can we find you at Boise Entrepreneur Week for anyone online who might want to come?
That is an excellent segue. We are actually hosting a track, the small business track, from 1 to 4, and we'll cover everything a small business needs to know to get up and going. And Kim?
Absolutely. I'll be there too.
Yep.
I'm running to the start track, so it'd be really quick for you to get here, but we're at the start track on the 5th floor, so we'd love to see anyone who can make it. Perfect.
Hello, my name is Tom Keeley and I am the Director of the Idaho Department of Commerce. Nurturing and evolving an innovative idea takes passion, expertise, and funding. iGEM can help. iGEM, or the Idaho Global Entrepreneurial Mission, is a grant program dedicated to funding new ideas, innovations, concepts, processes, and products. iGEM funds commercialization research projects where a business partners with an Idaho University research team to advance innovative products and services to market from Idaho. This dual investment helps Idaho businesses create new products, new ventures, and high-value jobs, while simultaneously increasing the research capacity and the caliber of Idaho's 3 public research universities: Boise State University, Idaho State University, and the University of Idaho. By utilizing the iGEM grant program and partnering with an Idaho research university, iGEM can help reduce your business's R&D expenses and get your new product to market faster. For more information on the iGEM program, please visit igem.idaho.gov or contact Carmen Archibald at carmen.archibald@commerce.idaho.gov.
We went from a very small community-based event to Idaho's largest entrepreneurial event.
People migrate to where there's opportunity, right? And so, you go to some other places and I think there's kind of waning opportunity, where here in Boise, it seems like there's waxing opportunity, right? There's definitely like a moment in growth that's happening here.
It started with someone having a dream and taking the risk to do something about it. And 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, whatever it may be, going, okay, I still remember what that was like. I lived that, I experienced it, and how can I take everything that I've learned and truly pay it forward?
Relationships are built, and they last, and they go beyond just Entrepreneur Week.
Having somebody believe in you can be kind of a game changer. If there's somebody in your life that's like going through the struggle, going through the hustle, and you believe in what they're doing, let them know. It can mean the world to them.
Good morning and welcome back to Boise Entrepreneur Week. This session we will be talking about intellectual property and how AI plays a part of it. I'm Shanna Madsen. I'm the District Director for the U.S. Small Business Administration. We are a small but mighty agency that was founded just to help purely small businesses. So we help in every stage of the small business journey. We help from the napkin stage to getting that ideation onto a concept and getting a plan. We have wonderful resource partners throughout the valley, throughout the state that help entrepreneurs. We have the Small Business Development Center. We have the Women's Business Center. We also have SCORE, and all of these entities provide counseling and mentoring, trainings and workshops, and they're free. They're prepaid by your tax dollars, we like to say. We also do small business capital loans through our local lending network, and these are federally backed loans, so they help mitigate any risk and help small businesses get the loans to get their businesses up and going. Lastly, we do contracting, because the world's largest supplier of goods and services is the U.S. government. So we help companies get that certification so they can contract with the government and help grow their business. So that's SBA in a nutshell. Also joining me is Thea Jordan from my office. So Thea.
Hi, I'm Thea Jordan, Lender Relations Specialist with the SBA Boise District Office. Excited to be here today and chat AI and IP, all the acronyms. We live in acronym land in the government. So we have David Lee joining us from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So David, I'll hand it over to you.
Sure. Hi, I'm David. I'm Assistant Regional Director of the Rocky Mountain Regional Outreach Office in Denver. We cover 8 states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming.
Impressive.
I did it all. So this is my 3rd or 4th Boise Entrepreneur Week. I come out here almost every time I get a chance. Usually go out to Park Center or Esther Simplot Park and get to enjoy my outdoor time when I'm out here. I was there this morning prior to coming over here. And so part of my role is to educate the public in terms of intellectual property, particularly patents and trademarks. We also work closely with the United States Copyright Office, which is another form of intellectual property that people should be concerned about. And SBA and the USPTO have a MOU. We work together very closely on a lot of projects just to educate the public and try to give resources out to those that are asking us questions.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So as a small business is starting their journey and they're getting up and going and they're exciting and they're growing, they're getting their customers, what should they be thinking about as far as protecting their assets and intellectual property?
The lawyer answer is it all depends. There's no one set path for everybody. Businesses go through various stages, whether they are depending on their money for advertisement or marketing, or trying to develop their product itself, just research and the time that's put into that stuff. But whether you watch Shark Tank, you go to SBIR and do the quad charts. There's always a question about what's your intellectual property portfolio look like, whether you have your trademarks, whether your patents are in process. And so people think that patents and trademarks are very costly. Some of it may get costly, but there's always help. There's always the ability for pro bono help, which means free legal services to get started on the patent process. There's law school clinics where law students can help you, get through that process with the help of a licensed attorney. And so,
and I do believe University of Idaho has that pro bono here in Idaho.
Yep. And then, so there's lots of options that can make things more palatable in terms of the funding and how much you spend on starting to register your brand. But that's always the biggest thing, right? When you start a company, people want to have that pop, that branding, the magenta for the T-Mobile or whatever it may be, right? And so the golden arches, John Deere green, Tiffany green, blue, robin egg blue, whatever it may be, like they want to be known for something. And so the considerations, you have to think about what's your end goal there, and then kind of work backwards a bit in terms of preparing your IP portfolio.
And what should a small business do before contacting your office? What prep should they take?
Well, they should call y'all. I mean,
Awesome.
that's kind of the thing, right? It's like a lot of small businesses start off in incubators, start off at Trailhead, whatever it may be. But going to the SBA, going to SBDCs, and having that conversation, where do I start? What do I do? Seems to be the thing, right? Now you could tell us how they should go about getting through that process.
This is a great segue. We actually we talk about this on our upcoming track. So Thea, if you want to kind of go over what we're offering small businesses later this afternoon.
Yeah, so we're the small business track. We're going to be on the 5th floor from 1 to 4 o'clock. And we met with a group of entrepreneurs when planning to learn, what are they looking for? How do they like to learn? And they came up with this pretty innovative idea called topic tables. And essentially it's bite-sized pieces of information from experts in the field, David being one of them. He's part of our first, David, where did you go? He's part of our, he's a phantom cup. He's part of our first session, and we'll be talking more in depth on intellectual property. And so you can come sit at David's topic table and learn more. Kim Reeves was here in the previous segment of BW Live, and she will have a topic table as well. And so there's going to be a lot of small businesses present that are teaching on topics, where they have expertise. We have someone, Molly Ledbetter. She's talking about, customer service and modernizing your hospitality, your hospitality and service industry type business. And so we have experts from all different paths available.
12 topic tables, I believe. And Thea will be talking about analyzing your strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. So
I love the SWOT, but that's, IP can be tied into that. And David, I was curious with the developments in AI, we're seeing a lot of small businesses utilize that. Is that something that you're coming across more frequently in your line of work, or what developments are you seeing there for small business?
So I used to actually examine patents that dealt with information security and cryptography, and AI started to become more popular in that field. And so machine learning algorithms have been there. Obviously, this administration currently is passed an executive order for all of government to try to get ahead of other countries, to try to use AI safely. And so it puts us in a better proactive spot as opposed to reactive, as a lot of people tend to think about government, right? And so the Patent and Trademark Office, along with the Copyright Office, are working together to advise the president in terms of how to use AI, and in terms of ownership of intellectual property. That's always going to be a big deal. And some of those cases are you're not going to know until you know type of thing. Back to the lawyer answer, it depends. But in terms of ownership of patents and copyrights, there's always going to be a need for a human element currently for whether you own a patent or not, or whether you own a copyright. Purely AI created pictures or pieces of art have been noped by the Copyright Office currently, right? While similarly, in the patent office, if you're trying to apply for a patent, if AI is creating the whole patent, probably not going to get a patent. But if there's a significant human element to that application, then that inventor should be able to get that patent. So, you know, people have always used AI for things like making logos or kind of their branding and stuff like that in different terms. It's just never been thought of as much as it has been since, you know, the big AI search engines have come out.
So David, that differentiation with purely AI versus that human element, is that more along the lines of the human is prompting, hey, I want to see this, I'm designing this, so they're actually putting the parameters in for the AI? Would you consider that more along that human element being involved?
That could be possible. I mean, it's really hard to determine that without seeing the actual application of you know, what's being applied for. It could be something as significant as every prompt is, you know, directed by a human. That's just like you typing code, essentially. And so that's a lot of human element there to type code. But also at the same time, you know, whether you direct the AI engine to create certain aspects of it, you know, up till the examination process, it's hard to determine whether that is the human element or not, or how much human input is put into that.
So it's a very changing world, right?
Always, always.
What time are you on this afternoon for your IP track?
Thea can tell me
1
that.
to 2
1 to 2.
p.m.
If you want to find out more with David's IP. And again, it's a fantastic track. Any aspect of starting that small business, we're going to be covering with our topic tables.
Yeah.
Financials, leadership, IP protection.
AI, strategic planning.
We have an AI segment, strategic planning. So come join us. We will be from 1 to 4. And with that, I think we'll take a break. Thank you very much.
Boise Entrepreneur Week is so much more than just a business event. It's a place where the best of the best from all over Idaho and even all over the country come together to educate and celebrate business. What makes this event really special and really rewarding is the incredible amount of support we receive from our sponsors and the community at large. Win or lose, every participant gains valuable experience and connections that help propel their businesses forward. Together, we're not just building businesses, we're building a network of support for veterans and their families looking to write that next chapter. Boise Entrepreneur Week is so much more than just a business event. It's a place where the best of the best from all over Idaho and even all over the country come together to educate and celebrate business. What makes this event really special and really rewarding is the incredible amount of support we receive from our sponsors and the community at large. Win or lose, every participant gains valuable experience and connections that help propel their businesses forward. Together, we're not just building businesses, we're building a network of support for veterans and their families looking to write that next chapter.
Friends and family of Boise Entrepreneur Week, welcome back to another BU Live session. I am joined here by two Boise Entrepreneur Week veterans who lead the military track, hence the dad joke. So let's just jump right into it. I want to make sure that we cover some of today's events, but also we get a glimpse of a little bit of history when it comes to your guys' involvement with Boise Entrepreneur Week. And if I'm just going to start with you, Isaac, I know you and I think 5 years ago, talked about the idea of creating a landing place for veterans, their spouses, and active duty military personnel at Boise Entrepreneur Week. We came up with this idea of launching a track. A lot has happened since, so why don't we take a quick look back at the inception and then fast forward to today.
Yeah, I like to say that that's when my stalking of you started. It was really just I had started kind of the journey of VEA, and entrepreneurship was so impactful in my life, and I knew that because Boise Entrepreneur Week was such a big deal in just the business world for everyone, I knew that veterans should and could have a space here because you bring so much value to the business community with what you guys do. So having a place where they could come together and kind of insert themselves into what was already here and built, I knew was really important, and we could get there. And it was just a couple of years ago when I was feverishly texting you in the middle of the night, being like, hey, you know that 3 of your 4 big winners were veteran companies. That's when things really started to shift. So I will always be extremely grateful for you giving us a home here.
Well, I'm glad you pointed it out to me all those years ago, because while I knew it hadn't occurred to me that 3 of the winners were actually veterans. And something you said then, Entrepreneur Week is about building partnerships across organizations, and I'm so happy that Mission 43 and the VEA have joined forces, and you guys bring all of your resource and capacity to bear at Boise Entrepreneur Week. And I do want to hear from Allison as to her perspective on this. But one thing you said to me years ago that really convinced me was, you said, the skills and traits veterans have and they bring from their active duty life are so applicable to entrepreneurship.
Absolutely.
And you didn't have to convince me. When you said it that way, I was like, he's right. The other thing you said, and Allison, and I'd like you to weigh in on this, especially given your guys' partnership and also with JCAF, is that after active duty military life, it's lonely for some, and they look for purpose in life, and entrepreneurship could be this vessel. So how does Mission 43 lean into that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been in the entrepreneur space since about 2017, and really we recognized that at the time, I couldn't tell you the percentage now, but about 25% of military members that are transitioning out of the military, they don't want to work for someone else, they want to work for themselves, and they might not know what that looks like. So how do we give them the foundation, the building blocks to make that happen? And so that's how we started, trying to figure out how do we connect the dots for these people. So we had an entrepreneur course that took off like wildfire, and we're still running that to this day, and then realized, hey, we need some support behind this, right? So enter VEA, and our partnership has just been absolutely amazing because we have this really well-rounded system, but I feel like what we were missing is a true space for our military members to come together and to show what they have. I mean, I see a lot of military members have this kind of imposter syndrome when it comes to entrepreneurship, and they feel like maybe this space is not, they're just not good enough for this space, or they're not there yet. So having VEA to partner, having that mentorship, and then being able to come here and be at Boise Entrepreneur Week with a military-focused pitch competition, not only are they going to be pitching in the big competition, but this gives them that first step to gain that confidence, to create a space specifically for them, and then they can come together with their people. And we've got everyone from general contracting to, I don't know, AI gardening this year. So the space is for all military entrepreneurs.
AI gardening, I might have a need for that, given the crop yield I had in my personal garden this year. That aside, you bring up a lot of good points that I want to double click on. So first of all, not only do veteran entrepreneurs belong at Entrepreneur Week, you guys really add so much value to this week. And that said, I know last year at the pitch competition, I was blown away. We manage trail mix and the general pitch competition so closely. I'm with those entrepreneurs since day one. I see them develop, but I hadn't been exposed to your guys as entrepreneurs until the day of. And so remind me again, who were the winners last year?
Oh my goodness.
So first prize, Lifter's Loot.
Lifter's Loot.
And then Zero
Gains
Dark
for
30.
your tea.
Yeah, Gains for your booty. They're a subscription supplement box.
For the booty.
Yeah,
for the booty.
For the boots. And then we had Mac from up in North Idaho. So representation from everywhere. And he has an app or a landing page called Screen It First.
So your guys' reach is statewide then?
Statewide,
Okay.
absolutely.
Fast forward to today. I know there's content for veterans and active duty and their spouses, and I keep saying it in that way because I call it the military track, but you guys actually go beyond just active duty personnel and veterans. You include their spouses, which I think is pretty cool. So what's in store content wise?
So we start with a panel. I'll be moderating, and then we have 5 panel members. We have legal. We have Melanie Rybacki from Perkins Coie.
Rockstar.
Yep, absolute rockstar. Perkins Coie. VEA might not be here today if it weren't for Perkins Coie, honestly.
I could say the same thing about Trailhead, but yeah.
Then we've got Karen with Zion's Bank.
Another rock star.
Yeah, another rock star.
No big deal.
Shannon Madsen, the district director for the SBA.
This is star-studded. I kind of want to moderate this now.
And then we have actually a BU all-star, James McCarter, Shadowscape. He's acting as kind of our seasoned veteran entrepreneur. And then we have a newcomer to my membership as well as Mission 43's, I believe, in Audrey Bobinger, Summon Up Financial, kind of acting as our still in the trenches, getting our business going entrepreneur.
So really stellar content, and then the fireworks, the climax of the day is
the military pitch track.
All right.
So we have, I think this year it is all military members or veterans. So we don't have any military spouses. We'll get there. But military members, veterans, and this is where they compete to win one of 3 prizes. So we have first place is $5,000. Exciting, right? And then second place, $3,000. Third place is $2,000. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, some pretty significant starter dollars.
I did just go to Trailhead and picked up those giant obnoxious checks. I kind of remiss right now. I wish I would have grabbed one of the ones for the military pitch competition, used it as a prompt. But if you guys want to see those checks, and I just really was teasing, you should show up to the military pitch competition. It takes place what time?
1:30.
1:30 here, 6th floor.
Okay, so soon. Get your ticket. It's still free to register, and get your booty down here.
Yeah, and to your point, so while the education portion of it really is military and military spouses, the pitch competition, I have been telling everybody that will listen to me, like, come down, it's for everyone. Come and show these businesses that the community supports and wants to see them succeed, because them looking out over a sea of people might be a little nerve-wracking, but also just reassuring that the community has their back. So,
So let's make sure that I do a good job of informing the community about your organizations. I think you both are membership-based organizations. Tell me about membership. Has there been growth? And also, I hear that there is this gorgeous facility out in Southeast Boise that may be a resource to some of these entrepreneurs that are veterans. So why don't we talk about membership and then segue to, it's called the
Idaho
Outdoor Field House.
Thank you.
Yes, and we are off of East Barber Valley, brand new facility. It is absolutely incredible. So all of Mission 43, or most of Mission 43 programming, we also partner with the Challenge Athlete Foundation. So
Okay.
that is our headquarters. And even though we are statewide, we have to have a landing place, right? So that is our headquarters, that is landing place. And that's where our entrepreneur course will take place when it's in person. We have a lot of education programming, but really Mission 43 is here for all transitioning military members, veterans, and their spouses. And then we focus on a few different areas, but education, that's my area. So close to my heart. Employment, we help our military members find those opportunities, and then we also host a lot of networking and engagement events throughout the year.
Beautiful state-of-the-art facility. I've only
Yes.
seen it from the outside. I'm almost too scared to go in. It's
Oh
just,
gosh, you have to come for a tour.
yeah, I will. I live down the street, so I see it all the time, but it's beautiful, and it looks brand new because it is brand new. What about VEA membership? Have you experienced the bump?
Yeah, so this is my moment to kind of shine a light on both of you. And so Trailhead and Boise Entrepreneur Week has been really impactful for us. And I really do think that our relationship was a turning point in helping get us better connected with Mission 43, which turned into a partnership between our organizations. And I'm extremely proud and excited and kind of in awe of the fact that we ended 2023 at 200 members. We will end 2024 at 600 members.
You have more members than Trailhead. I gotta do something about that. Wow.
It helps that it's free. But,
free helps.
But we've just been able to do so much more, and we've been able to serve so many people. And we have got some really incredible success stories that have come out of this year. One in particular that I couldn't even begin to go into right now because it's just too awesome and long. But yeah, it's just, our growth has been incredible. We couldn't do it without them. We couldn't do it without you guys. I say that I'm too either stupid or stubborn to quit. So I would have kept going, but I would not have progressed at the rate that I am without the support of folks like you guys.
Putting one of the veteran trades to work there.
Yeah.
Look, it's just really validating for me to hear that, because at the end of the day, for this community to support entrepreneurs, we need these partnerships. We need to join forces. We're all allies in this.
Absolutely.
And just to see that we were somehow a conduit or a platform for this partnership to take off, to then create the impact on those lives that we just talked about, it's just really validating. And so thank you for that. I really appreciate it. All right, I think we're about out of time, but are there any closing words? Did I miss anything?
We're ready to start, yeah.
Yeah, you're ready to actually host your event, aren't you? Okay, that said, we're going to close out this round. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes with the next BU Live session. Get your ticket. It's still free to register. BoiseEntrepreneurWeek.org, and get your backs down here. Jump in downtown Boise and partake in the fun. Thank you, guys.
The Boise office has been in business for 25 years now, and from the beginning it was integrated with all the other Perkins Coie offices, emphasizing local service in what was then and still is a robust, growing market here in Idaho.
The Boise office of Perkins Coie is one of our smaller offices by size, but definitely not one of the smaller ones by heart and passion. We definitely have a great group of folks that collaborate. They're like a family. And we have a lot of the key practice groups represented here. We've got litigation, business, of course, environmental, intellectual property, and that creates kind of a keystone to being able to reach out to the support in the rest of the firm. So if a client is working with the folks in the Boise office, they're not just working with the Boise office, they're working with the whole firm. And the Boise office has just a great group of very, very smart people, but also ambassadors for the rest of the firm.
Boise is a pretty mature high-tech community. And Idaho historically got a lot of technology footprint as well. Idaho National Labs is headquartered here. A lot of early nuclear research was done here. Boise State University has a significant presence and is frequently spinning off new ventures based around innovative technology they develop there. So there's a large community of innovation.
Boise is exploding right now, and so with that comes a lot of economic growth and development and opportunities, including in the funding area. We see folks come in on a regular basis that are interested in opportunities to either invest in companies or invest in the community and be a part of it. Of course, we're interested in helping clients, but our mission's bigger than that. Our mission is being part of the community and making the community a better place. Because if the community is a better place, then all boats rise. It's not just better for us, it's better for our clients. It's better for kids that are going to college and coming back and looking for jobs. We do this in furtherance of the bigger mission, which is making the community a better business environment and a better community for everyone.
We went from a very small community-based event to Idaho's largest entrepreneurial event.
People migrate to where there's opportunity, right? And so, you go to some other places and I think there's kind of waning opportunity, where here in Boise, it seems like there's waxing opportunity, right? There's definitely like a moment in growth that's happening here.
It started with someone having a dream and taking the risk to do something about it. And 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, whatever it may be, going, okay, I still remember what that was like. I lived that, I experienced it, and how can I take everything that I've learned and truly pay it forward?
Relationships are built, and they last, and they go beyond just Entrepreneur Week.
Having somebody believe in you can be kind of a game changer. If there's somebody in your life that's like going through the struggle, going through the hustle, and you believe in what they're doing, let them know. It can mean the world to them.
Welcome back to another session of BU Live. You're getting a lot of me today. This is probably my third session in a row. That said, I'm going to try to not be a fanboy here, but I will have to set the table. I'm joined by two legends of the Boise ecosystem, Faisal Shah and Jason Crawforth, both serial entrepreneurs, so very relevant to Boise Entrepreneur Week, and both founders of Trailhead. And I had the pleasure of sharing a table with them last night at the inaugural Peak 43 event, recognizing Idaho's fastest companies. We got to give away 2 Trailhead awards, and one of the winners from last night, Love Every, is actually a Trailhead alumni. So why don't we just talk about how you guys felt about being at the dinner and seeing Trailhead companies being recognized, and sort of the work that you started 10 years ago take manifest at the dinner. How'd you feel?
I thought it was an amazing energy at the dinner, and the number of people. I was really amazed at how many people are showing up to support the companies here in Boise, and that's what we need. We need that enthusiasm. We need that support. And I was, when you start thinking about Trailhead and how we started Trailhead, and having been here yesterday, the amount of content that comes out of this Boise Entrepreneurial Week is unbelievable. I mean, I am just amazed at all the different programs that we have here and all the different sessions, and pretty much anybody who wants to start a company or anybody who's an entrepreneur can get something out of this week, and I think it's hugely inspirational for people.
Totally agree. I mean, we just celebrated the 10th year of Trailhead. And Faisal and I sat and talked about this years ago. We talked about the need to have an entrepreneurial ecosystem. The laissez-faire approach to entrepreneurialism, where you just kind of let them go on their own. That's a 20th century concept. And to be able to take a village, the community, to help them coalesce to become successful. Before you step out on the global stage, you need to be able to have your first referenceable accounts. Your lawyer's likely local, your accounting team, everything is local. And to be able to do that, to help them be competitive, is important. And it was just nice seeing last night all these different companies from around the state coming together to celebrate, the growth of Idaho-based companies is great. And I'm actually, Trailhead, participating in this with Boise Entrepreneur Week. Are we about ready to surpass $1 million that
You nailed it. This year, we will surpass $1 million in non-dilutive cash being awarded to early stage entrepreneurs.
So if you just look for just a little bit at just some of the numbers that have happened with Trailhead, after 10 years, the number of employees that have jobs that have been created from companies that have had a footprint in Trailhead, we're north of 800. Those companies that have also been Trailhead have had over $240 million worth of funding. They've had over $800 million in revenue. And just the valuation of the companies that have started and had a footprint with inside of Trailhead at some point, we're in the billions. I mean, you can take any number of companies, the Love Everly, the Tackle.io,
Plextrack, Natural Intelligence Systems.
There's just in those companies alone, you've got $2.5–3 billion worth of valuation. Think about the tax impacts that we've had in this community and what the valuations do. I mean, this is just kind of a culmination of all the things that we've done as an entrepreneurial community, and to celebrate that in a week during Boise Entrepreneur Week is awesome.
It is so gratifying to hear the two of you talk about this, because you are the Trailhead founders, and to hear you talk about it, just I appreciate that, because you started this place 10 years ago. I don't know if you foresaw this or had the expectation of Trailhead and Boise Entrepreneur Week having the impact it's had over the last 10 years, but I could listen to you guys all day.
I don't know if we foresaw. I mean, I don't know if I foresaw. I mean, I think you had 3 startup entrepreneurs sitting there talking, looking around the community and seeing that there were all of these other entrepreneurs, our peers, sitting in coffee shops. And they're all fractured and segmented throughout the entire Treasure Valley. The whole idea was, how do we get them, let's get them all together. Let's all kind of bring everybody to one place, and that way we have this energy with everybody in the same place, right? So then you had us coming together and pooling our money and working with the city and starting a nonprofit. This wasn't a for-profit, hey, let's make a bunch of money. This was about us trying to help this community, about us trying to bring everybody together, because you know high tides raises all boats, right? So I mean that was the whole idea, and you seeing that labor of love. It was a labor of love for this community that has reaped huge benefits for this state, and that is why I think I am so excited and enthused about what is happening here. And every year I get more and more excited, because I think it's getting bigger and bigger.
I take so much pride in your guys' excitement. And not to belabor a point, but you guys founded Trailhead. It's our 10th year anniversary, $1.4 billion in economic impact, not counting the valuations. I'll get right on that after this session. But you guys are continuing to build businesses. Faisal, you created a whole industry around digital brand protection. And I know, Jason, you're working on a company that is somewhat related to that industry. How has brand protection evolved in the digital space to then lead to Swear.com?
Well, I'll let Jason talk a little bit about Swear, because I think Swear is the new co, taking advantage of some new, the new things that are happening, and how bad actors are doing their thing, and how he's trying to help.
So the genesis of Swear came about a decade ago. I was watching us in the information age kind of progress, and we use information as now basically currency. We use it to influence, to educate, to entertain. And I was watching the disinformation age start to rear its head. This is before the term fake news, but to be able to use data to manipulate, deceive, and defraud. So I was watching that happen. At the same time, I was watching the ability to manipulate digital media, video, photo, and audio becoming more democratized. And I could see what was going to happen, that what used to take 100 people to create something fake, I don't think like Star Wars animation, to one person could create that. And soon that one person was going to be able to create 100. And then if you take the third part of that, is that the volume and the velocity of content that we consumers digest every day, that we don't have the ability to fact check things. And we are emotional creatures, and so we look at things and we believe what we see and hear. Just to give you a sense of scale, it used to take about 7 years ago, they needed 30 minutes of someone's voice, and then they could fake that person's voice. Today they need 3 seconds. And so what we did, and the term's called deep fakes, kind of a colloquial term. What it is, Swear just took the technology we had available and say, can we actually protect digital content to guarantee the authenticity of it, to make it impossible to counterfeit? And we've been working on this for about, well, we're coming up on 8 years, and we've done it. And we're starting bringing our first products to market. So coming out of Boise, Idaho, we're creating technology. The company's name is Swear. We're swear.com. Yes, we do own swear.com, the good Swear. And we are bringing a world-changing technology, to help protect elections, reputations, cap tables. There's a lot of things that our technology is going to help, and we're doing that here in Boise with the help of the Boise community and investors and advisors. And I mean, it's fun. Love building businesses, but like building a business, Swear is important. It has a social impact on our world. So
yeah,
it's
exciting.
exciting.
I think that it's a subset. I mean, it's part of brand protection, really. I mean, it's a subset of it, if you really think about it, because bad actors have been out there, using, like phishing and other, trademark infringement, copyright infringement, to be able to attack a lot of the different brands, right? To go after the brands, and what happens is, people trust brands, and brands spend a lot of money developing that trust, gaining that trust of the customers, and these bad actors are inserting themselves, into that relationship, and taking advantage of it for their own benefit. I mean, she's trying to stop a lot of that, and same thing with companies like Mark Monitor. That when we started, that was the whole idea. Let's help the brands because of all these bad actors that are out there that are trying to insert themselves and take advantage of the trust that these brands have developed, right, with their customers. So, I mean, the whole, what has happened, especially in the whole brand protection issue, I mean, we started Mark Monitor, and I started Mark Monitor, and then now you've got other companies that have come into Idaho because Mark Monitor, was able to train so many engineers and analysts and customer service people, and as a result, other companies have seen that, hey, look, we can come to Idaho, and we can leverage that training, and now you've got a huge cottage industry here in Idaho of brand protection, where the other company that I started, which was Aptitex, now called Tracer, is also in the whole brand protection industry, and also leveraging all that was done initially by some of the initial pioneers of brand protection.
What a coincidence. The erosion of trust, let's call it, is the problem that's being solved here by both of you. And another shameless plug for a guest that's going to show up today, Tom Gonzer, founder of DocuSign. I listened to his keynote about a week ago, and when he explained, also by the way from Boise, born and raised here, went to Capitol High, he explained how in the early days when he launched DocuSign, it was about gaining people's trust that this digital signature is authentic and it will not disrupt their business. And some of the obstacles he had to overcome in building DocuSign, it's very relatable to what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it really is all about trust, right? And bad actors are trying to, take advantage of that trust.
And AI is supercharging the ability of bad actors, and also maybe the good actors, but what you guys are focused on is the bad actors.
Well, AI allows bad actors to do bad things a lot quicker, right? And get out there, to what Jason is saying here, right? So AI for the bad, I mean, that is somewhat of the issue. AI for the good is these brand protection companies and other companies, security companies, are going to use AI to be able to, find those bad actors quicker, find the infringements quicker, make recommendations, as to what to do once they find those issues, and then come up with predictions as to what is going to be the next, infringement. What is, where is that infringement?
Playing offense almost, yeah.
So AI can help a lot, but we, everybody we have to be on it, because bad actors spend a lot of time, 24/7, bad acting, Brand protection companies need to, step into that and make sure that we're doing, helping the brands as much as we possibly can.
Guys, I could keep going on forever. I said I was going to try to not be a fanboy, but obviously I'm joined by two legends here, living legends from Boise. Trailhead founders, I stand on your shoulders, and for that I want to thank you. But we do have to cut. I'm wrapping up this session, and next up we will meet some of our pitch competitors that will compete today. Trail Mix, we have the military pitch competition, and then the general pitch competition tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Welcome to Trailhead Boise. We're located in the heart of downtown Boise. My name is Jacob. I'm our Director of Operations. Let me show you our co-working space. Our co-working memberships are designed to be affordable and accessible to any price point, and we offer two main types of memberships. What you're seeing behind me is our hot desk membership. This is your standard co-working setup. All of our desks are seat stand adjustable. They come with a monitor and an HDMI hookup. You come in, you find an open desk, and you get to work. If you're looking for a little bit more of a dedicated experience in a co-working space, we offer a dedicated desk membership. This provides you 24/7 access to Trailhead, a desk that's reserved for your exclusive use, and the ability to leave equipment, decorate the desk how you please, make it your own. Both of these membership levels come with access to reserve our meeting rooms. We've got a private meeting room, which is great for confidential calls, 2 group meeting rooms, which are conference style, great for collaboration, and then we've got 2 phone booths, which are great for quick calls on the go. Co-working is really just the beginning. We have a full suite of programs like Boise Pitch Night, You Lead Idaho, Boise Entrepreneur Week, Ideas at Go, and many more, which you can find on our website, tailored to help you at any step of your entrepreneurial journey. Whether you're at the very first stages, trying to take an idea from a napkin and turn it into a business, or you're pitching for your first investments, all the way to raising your Series A rounds. We have a full suite of tailored programs to help you learn the skills you need to be successful and connect you to the people in our resources who can help take your business to the next level. So whether you're an entrepreneur looking to start or grow your business, or a remote worker looking to switch up the home office and find community, we're probably a great fit for you. Check us out next time you're in downtown Boise. Hey, welcome back to BU Live. We've got an exciting hour coming up. We're going to be interviewing our Trail Mix Pitch Competition and Boise Entrepreneur Week General Pitch Competition finalists. These folks have come through quite a journey to get to where they are here at Boise Entrepreneur Week, and they're going to be competing for some serious cash prizes. We're going to start off with our Trail Mix Pitch Competition. We're going to be interviewing our first finalist, Gibson Berry Hill with Berry Hill Bacon. Thanks, Gibson, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. I'll kick it off. What are you most looking forward to about the Trail Mix Pitch Competition tonight?
Well, Tim and I talked at the Monday kickoff, and I let him know that my initial goals for all of BEW have kind of already been met as far as the mentorship, the experience of putting together the full pitch and presentation, and really nailing down what our business and what our product is. So all of this is sprinkles on top.
Yeah.
The pressure is really fun. It's been really fun for us as a team to put all that together. So tonight's more just celebration, and yeah.
Let's double click on that. So what is it like for a food product entrepreneur to build a business, develop a product, but then you have to take it to market, you have to find customers, and Trail Mix seems like it was a vessel for you to create a pitch deck and get out there, but help us relate to what it's like to be a food product entrepreneur.
So one of our greatest strengths and one of my big lucky points in getting to do this is my dad's been in the restaurant industry for almost 30 years now. So the product already had life. It already had proof of concept. We knew that people loved the product. The tough part was initially taking what is popular in a restaurant and what works in a restaurant, and how do you translate that to something that's in a bag being shipped all over the country. Whether that's rules and regulations around meat, whether that's shipping logistics, branding, even just knowing who is our target customer. Are people using this as a kitchen staple, or are they using it like jerky? Initially when we launched, we found out it was not either of those. They were using it as a gift. Instead of chocolates and nuts and flowers, people were giving bacon. So for these first almost 3 now years, it's just been a kind of trial by fire. We like to throw stuff out there and just kind of be in a data collection phase right now, learn who we are, doing long independent food studies to learn what our product is. Because again, it's very different, not just with your customer, but the government cares about how we sell bacon differently in a restaurant to all over the country. So if that answers the question, yeah,
it does. I
mean,
I think this is our first restaurant to supermarket shelves play at Trail Mix. It's usually farmers markets or a cottage license to supermarket shelves. So I'm interested to see how this unfolds at the pitch competition.
Right, I am too, and I'm curious to know. I want to pull on the mentorship thread. How did that the mentorship component of this experience sort of supplement what you know as a restaurant entrepreneur? What was your key takeaway from your time working with them?
And who is your mentor?
Who's your mentor? Yeah.
Well, again, on Monday, I told Tim this. Scott Schlang, president at KeyBank, was my mentor. And
Trailhead board member.
Trailhead board member.
Didn't know anything about him, but going into it, all I saw was the signature on the email, president at KeyBank. So instantly my mind goes to, this guy's a real suit. What is he going to know about restaurants and bacon and consumer packaged goods? Let's see how this goes. And 10 seconds into meeting him, I was like, man, how lucky am I to be meeting with him. He's got so much experience, not just in valuable insights on the financial aspect of it and sales and growth and forecasting, but a lot of insight on the product, having worked with a ton of companies in the bank capacity. He learns about those companies, of course, to assess their value, and their value is caught up in who their people are, what their product's like, who their customer is. So that was really fun. He's also really, in all the best ways, he tells it how it is. So any entrepreneur is really thankful to get honest feedback. You don't want to hear that everybody loves you, and you don't want to hear that everybody hates you. Those are the two extremes. Right. He was able to eat bacon, say how much he loves it, and then tell me all of the things that were missing. So yeah, we met multiple times, and every single time I went away with 10 pages of notes and a full day of to-do lists on what we could do better.
Speaking of eat bacon, it's taken everything in me to not go for that bag. It says eat me.
It's here for a reason.
But let's talk about Do people
When
have a
you crack
chance?
open- say
Do
again?
people have the chance to come try this today before the pitch
Yeah,
competition?
they do actually. So we've got our Trail Mix Food Expo coming up at 1 p.m. right after this segment. You'll be able to mix and mingle and sample all of our Trail Mix finalist products. Well, maybe not all of them.
One of them is a dog treat, and the other
one of them is a dog treat. One of them is a fertilizer / ice melt. So you don't want to try that, but you can check it out, get a sample, meet the entrepreneurs. We're wrapping up here in just a second, but I want to ask one more question. With this pitch competition coming up tonight, you are competing for $50,000 in cash. You're competing for shelf space at Albertsons, and you're also competing for a consumer research study valued at $3,500, provided by our partners at Studio Blue. What would that mean to you as an entrepreneur, and what would it mean for your business going forward?
I mean, of course, a lot. I think that's the answer for everybody. I mean, it really is true that we've gotten more than we could have asked from this competition already. $50,000 free shelf space at Albertsons, and the study with it's Studio Blue, right?
Yeah.
And we've had experience with them working through Tech Help before too.
They're awesome.
All of that is just more resources and tools for us to continue to do what we're already going to do, but do it better. Whether that's through the actual resources and money, or a lot of times that's going to be through the people that are providing that. So we just get more people on our team that are going to help us ask better questions, make the product better, and yeah, it would be great.
Awesome. Well, that's time. Gibson, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in tonight's competition. If you want to see Gibson participate in tonight's competition, it starts at 5:30. You can stream it here on BU Live or attend in person at Jump. We'll be right back with our next interview. Thanks.
That's good. Yeah, that was solid.
I'm vegetarian. But come on, no, I don't. No, it's. Alrighty. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll see you down in the lobby for the expo. We'll have some. Totally. Yeah, you might like it better. They're, I think, 8 by 4. So they're pretty big. Alrighty. Mark, are we sitting here? Marcus, you're up next. So Gibson, you'll switch out mics with Marcus. Okay, and then after Marcus, we have Marissa. I'll keep checking on it. Welcome back to BU Live. We're here with our next finalist interview. We're going to be switching it up a little bit. Last time we interviewed one of our trail mix pitch competition finalists. This time we're going to pivot to our trail mix general pitch competition. This pitch competition takes place on Thursday starting at 5:30, and it's open to entrepreneurs in all industries. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Marcus Nygren with STEMforged. Marcus, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course.
Why don't we just dive in?
Let's do it.
Tell us a little bit about STEMforged, how it came to be, and what STEMforged is, so our audience gets a good understanding of your product.
Right. So STEMforged started as two companies, one being a software company, the other one being an after-school program, live working with kids type of company. And when we merged, we created essentially an education startup that is able to bring those specialized education technologies into the classroom because we know what is needed there. And that's what we do right now. We bring game-based learning solutions into schools, and our latest one is AI lesson plans that helps teachers to facilitate their classes better and much faster than what they're doing right now.
It's very gamified, like you said. So tell us a little bit about that. What is the overlap or intersection between education and games?
We saw that in the after-school programs where the kids usually get like a menu, like a pick your poison menu, where they go like, okay, what is it that you want to learn? And what we found was that it was consistently 85% on the game making. The kids love playing video games, they love making games, and that's where this whole excitement came from. And then when we found that they like just drift towards the games all the time, which makes sense if you think about it, right? We found if you couple that with learning, and the biggest one right now is quiz games, where you make them play some fun games where they throw balloons at each other in 3D. And then if they want to refill, you ask them about the content that they just learned. And now you have the best of both worlds, right? You want to teach them something, but you also want them to be engaged and have fun. And that's where that comes together really nicely right now.
You hit on a few points that I want to double click on. I saw you pitch at the Seed to Growth conference, and I thought you did a really good job. First of all, your demo was flawless.
Thank you.
But I thought you did a really good job of overcoming some of the biases and maybe objections when it comes to AI and education. I remember one of the investors said something like, we would never invest in that.
Right.
Not specifically referring to STEMforged.
No, of course.
But what is your take of the environment to fundraise and to get investors on board, because you are at this intersection of education and AI?
Right, so you don't have to convince investors about the AI at all. I think we saw 15 pitches all around AI, and they were all credible. This is a very valuable tool to save time and do things better. What that investor was talking about specifically was the edtech space, which is indeed a very special space. The education space in the United States is insanely fragmented. And you need companies that really understand that and go in. You cannot just go in as a company and go like, I have a massively amazing product. I'm going to sell this to all the schools. And everybody in edtech goes like, yeah, good luck with that. So that's not going to happen. And that's what that was. And so the challenges towards the AI in schools are actually pretty open to that as well. There's more like a curiosity. There was an initial phase that we saw last year where it was like, what about copyright and all? But those things are all pretty clear right now. And there's a very strong curiosity towards that. And I think it's understood that the very first big application of AI is in the productivity space. Like a teacher takes 6 to 8 hours every week, sometimes and more often than not on weekends, to prepare the content for their classes and fit their specific needs. We reduced that down to 5 minutes.
That's incredible.
So guess who's a fan?
Jacob and I are friends. We're both teachers, professors at Boise State, and even though we don't have to spend too much on lessons plan, that can be an arduous task.
Oh, yeah. It is. Yeah, well, we're coming up towards the end of our interview time slot. So I just want to ask, you're going to be competing tomorrow evening for $50,000 in cash. It's a fierce competitive pool. What's your approach? How are you going to take the stage and stand out from the other 7 finalists?
So AI is a productivity tool, as I just said, right? And productivity tools can be as exciting and as boring as you want them to be, but more often than not, they are boring. What we're seeing is if we would standardize the approach to lesson plan making in the school space, we're just opening a door there to something that is highly needed, which is a complete revamp of the education space. If you look at kids in schools right now, it's not nice. The data, the statistics we're seeing, it's not pretty. So we're helping the teachers being better teachers, having more time for the classes. And now that we have the knowledge of what they want to teach in that class in a computer system. And now we can do all kinds of things with AI tutors that help the teacher talk to their individual kids, that help the teacher lifting those kids up as much as they can. We're going to see an incredible set of tools out there. And I think what we're seeing is AI has one of the biggest impacts in education, and we want to be the ones who bring it out there.
On a personal note, I know we're out of time, but I can't help myself. You being from the state of Bavaria, me being from the state of Hessen, Bayern Munich is in first place in the league. Frankfurt is in second place in the league.
As it should be.
And on Sunday, we get to duke it out. We play Bayern in our stadium on home turf. So I hope I get to call you on Sunday and rub a few things in your face. But other than that, I think we can continue to be friends.
Yes, we will. And you will call me not, because the Bavarians will win, as always.
Well, if we do call you, hopefully it's to congratulate you for winning the $50,000 grand prize.
Thank you for taking the tension out of this.
But Marcus, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me again.
Thanks for tuning in to this live stream. If you'd like to see Marcus pitch, come by Jump tomorrow evening starting at 5:30, or tune in here on View Live. We'll be right back with our next interview.
And we have exciting stuff for everyone. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Marcus. And welcome back to View Live. We have another interviewee today. We're going to be interviewing Maritza Ramirez with Mexica Barilla Pods. She is a finalist in our trail mix pitch competition and is going to be competing tonight for $50,000 in cash, shelf space at Albertsons, and a consumer research study provided by Studio Blue. Maritza, tell us a little bit about Mexica Burrilla Pods.
Mexica Burrilla Pods, I mean, first of all, I'm excited to be here, so thank you both of you
We're so
for this
excited to have you.
opportunity.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited to showcase my products. So Mexica Burrilla Pods is really just an innovative way to prepare Mexican dishes. As many of us may know, Mexican cuisine can be super complex and time consuming. So what I'm doing is bringing innovation with modern day kitchenware and applying it to our everyday use. So with this, you just simply toss it into like your Instapot or your crock pot, add your protein of choice and water, and you have instant birria rather than spending hours in the kitchen.
Yeah, just one pod has all of it. How many ingredients would you say are packed into that one and done burrilla pod?
There's a lot. I'm thinking about maybe 15.
Wow.
Yes.
So 15, yeah.
So otherwise, if I wanted to make this, I would have to go to the grocery store, buy lots of 15 different ingredients, most of which I probably wouldn't use for that one birria pot, or is that how your innovation solves that problem?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to go to a specialty store really because a lot of stores don't offer like your chile guajillo, your chile ancho, so preferably like a Mexican store. So, you know, really how many Mexican stores are out there? There's not that many compared to like Albertsons or Walmart's, right? But then aside from that, you also have to go back home and prep the consomme, which is the broth, and that consists of removing the seeds, roasting the peppers, blending everything together, boiling, straining. I mean, from start to finish, you're looking at like 4 to 6 hours of prep time.
Wow. And with the burrilla pod, what does it cut down to?
It cuts down to an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max.
Wow.
On an Instapot. Yeah.
How did you come up with this? I'm curious.
Yeah, what is the story behind it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how this started was I'm a single mom of 2, and back when my kids were younger, I always had to figure out what to make for dinner. We would always like stop by like fast food restaurants, but you can get really tired from eating that all the time. So what I did is I just used a crock pot back then and just tossed everything together. By the time I got home, it was ready. All I had to do was blend the ingredients. So it solved part of my problem, but then I still had to do the extra work.
So then talk to us, you had that breakthrough moment where you saw the problem, you related to it, and you said other people probably relate to this problem, which TM just validated.
Yeah.
So tell us what happened afterwards. What got you to this chair today?
Yes, so I mean, afterwards, I found how easy it was to make it that way, and so I would always like host taco night at my house, and my friends were always like, "Girl, you need to get like a restaurant or a taco truck." But my thing is, you know, I don't want to be stuck in the kitchen all day, so how can I just offer it without being in the kitchen? So I figured, you know, put everything together and just see how it goes. And, you know, all of our social media followers love it, our customers love it, and that's why I'm here. I want to continue to expose our brand and show it to the world.
Birria is on the rise. I think I told you the other day that I saw a car in a garage with a license plate that said birria. I learned of birria through you, and funny enough, you and I met at a library because Trailhead was under construction that day. But what I'm trying to get at is, how has receiving mentorship and being on stage at Trailhead and pitching, how has that sort of influenced you being here today? Has it helped, and if so, in what ways?
Oh, in so many ways. I mean, Trailhead has been amazing. Mentorship has been great. There has been like a lot of growth from the day I stepped in to today. It has allowed me to expand, you know, my knowledge behind my product and be able to share it with, you know, the audience. And there's just a lot of growth in it. A lot of growth.
And who is your mentor? I know the answer to that, but I have to ask.
The wonderful Jacob right here.
All right. Well, good thing he's not judging tonight.
Yeah, we're very disconnected from the judging outcomes of our pitch competition. So I love to try and mentor. I know TM does. It's what we do at Trailhead and with Boise Entrepreneur Week is support entrepreneurs. So Maritza was so easy to get behind. I mean, I saw you pitch at Boise Pitch Night, saw you pitch at the semifinals. You worked with TM to prepare for Boise Pitch Night. And I'm looking forward to seeing you take the stage this evening to compete for $50,000, shelf space at Albertsons, and a consumer research test study provided by our friends at Studio Blue. So tell us, to round off the interview, what would winning that prize pool mean to you and to your business?
It would really be a life-changing experience to win that, because as a startup business, single mom of 2, I started this from the ground up with just myself. And you know, with some help of my kids and some really great support system. So winning that $50,000 would give me a huge advantage into the retail space. It'll allow more customers to check out our products at, Albertsons rather than just a weekly farmer's market. And it would really give us that funding that we need to push forward to continue to grow our business.
That's awesome. Well, we're rooting for you and all the other finalists tonight. Good luck. Thanks for taking time to interview with us.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with our next interviewee. See you in a sec. Welcome back. It's Jacob Grinwis and TM Rastigar here with our next Trail Mix finalist. I'm super excited to introduce Sabrina Sherwood with Idaho Barkery. She brought us these lovely dog treats. I know both TM and I are BSU alums, so you know your audience. You
and we're both dog owners.
And we both have dogs, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, Sabrina. Excited to talk more about your business and how you've prepared for Trail Mix, the finals tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, tell us about the dog treat, how it came about, and just a quick side note, if you have a VIP bag from Boise Entrepreneur Week, I want to point out that the cookie in there is not for you, it's for your pet. It's a dog treat. I'm sure it's edible by humans and it won't do anything.
We've tried them, they're good.
They're good, yeah, but I think your dog would appreciate it more than you do. That said, yeah, tell us about this dog treat and how it came to be a product.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me, by the way. Like, this is an amazing opportunity. Idaho Barkery really started because I needed to find my dog a treat. He's one of 10% of dogs that has food allergies. And in the US, this is a huge problem because we really don't have a good treat to solve this problem for these kinds of dogs. And additionally, all the treats that are out there are just so old. When we talk about a milk bone, I mean, it's this dried up mud pie, right? Like, it just looks like cracked and gross. And I don't know if you've seen this, but the ingredient list is really like the size of a CVS receipt.
So you just give me major guilt about what's in my pantry.
No, that's okay.
I would take my dog to the gas station, the Jacksons, and they would always want to give him a milk bone.
Yeah.
But he got one once and he threw up everywhere, like
like
shortly after eating it. So I relate to that. And I was gonna be like, no, please, he can't have the milk bone. So I love what you're doing. I am your customer.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, exactly. I was one of those people that gave my dog a milk bone until I learned a lot more about it. So that's really what sparked Idaho Barkery, and it took off because community businesses really wanted to have it in their stores, and that's what really launched us and got us here today.
What does that journey look like? So I know you've been around Trailhead for a little bit.
Yeah.
Walk us through the major milestones. What got you here today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like so much has happened in just the last year for Idaho Barkery. 1 year ago today, I feel like that's when we really connected for the first time, and between that and the Small Business Development Center, I have just transformed my business completely. We've gone from 4 to 59 retail storefronts in just the last year, and I think a lot of that is due to Trailhead and the Small Business Development Center.
Shout out to the Small Business Development Center, Marie Baker, and I'm sure I'm missing others there, but they're a great partner of ours.
Yeah, they are. They're heading up the small business track this afternoon. So
Love that.
So cool to give them a shout out.
Yes.
So cool to hear about your insane growth. So from 4 to 59 retail locations. Okay, so you're familiar with the retail space. You know, as you know tonight, you're going to be competing for $50,000 in cash, shelf space at Albertsons, and a consumer research study done by our friends at Studio Blue. So how do you have an edge going into the competition, do you think, with your experience in retail?
Oh goodness. I mean, I think I'm really ready to take on Albertsons, which is exciting because I've been dreaming of adding them to my list for a long time, and our customers have been asking for them for a long time. So this is really me trying to do something good for my customers who have been begging to get dog treats closer to them in their house. And so yeah, this is a huge deal for us.
Speaking of Albertsons, I don't know if you've taken the time, and if you haven't, maybe you can help me vision. Where does this bag of delicious dog treats belong in the Albertsons stores? Is it by the dog food? Is it at an end cap? Where do you place yourself?
Yeah, I'd love for you to come to my pitch tonight. I will be answering that question, should I get it from the judges? And I have...
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
Yeah, come up.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Stay tuned.
Well, yeah, speaking of the pitch competition, are you feeling ready? You're ready to get into Albertsons, but as far as the competition goes, are you feeling prepared at this point to get on stage tonight and to pitch for that prize pool?
Yeah, you know, I feel really calm today. I just have this sense of belonging, and I think Trailhead is a big part of that. So thank you for making me feel so welcome.
On that note, I keep asking the contestants, who is your mentor, if I may ask?
Yeah, it's Roger Hancock, and he's been amazing. So shout out.
Trailhead's first member. Hey, Roger.
Shout out to Recall Info-Linked and Roger Hancock.
Yes.
And he has a great background at Albertsons and retail, and he's running a recall company. So good match for you.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, anything you'd like to leave our viewers with before we wrap up our interview?
Where can they buy your product?
Oh, yeah. You can buy them a lot of places. We just launched at Zamzo's 12 stores, all 12 stores.
Oh, great fit.
D&B, 7 of their stores, and Meridian Shields. So check us out, give us a try, and support local.
That's awesome. And you can meet Sabrina this afternoon at our Trail Mix Food Expo starting at 1 p.m. And then you can see her take the stage and pitch for that pretty impressive prize pool starting at 5:30 here at Jump or here on Be Live. We'll be right back with our next interviewee. We'll see you soon. Let's do it. All right, welcome back to Bu Live. This is our final trail mix finalists that we'll be interviewing today. Please welcome Rylan Wheeler and Colin Hawkins with Yearsphere. Tell us a little bit about Yearsphere.
Yeah, so Yearsphere, we sell a product called Revitalize, which is an ice melt that actually doubles as a fertilizer.
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's safe. It's safe to use on concrete. A lot of our customers are worried, right? They use salt, and we know that salt has been used for 80 plus years, but it is detrimental not only to infrastructure, homes, pets, plants, kids, but also to the environment.
All right, so tell us about how that idea came to you. Where did the idea of combining a fertilizer and an ice melt start?
So the idea, we wish we could claim it as ours. We actually partner with Dr. Marvin Hawkins. He's a PhD chemist, and this was his idea, his formulation. It was created for a landscaper, and when that landscaper wanted to get out of the business, he retired, and part of his package was selling the rights back to Dr. Hawkins. And so we approached him at the beginning of the year and were able to convince him to partner with us and get this product out to a wider market and really save people money and protect the biosphere at the same time.
Wow, that's an interesting story. Okay, I love the transition from that first user who probably that was probably his secret sauce. And then now you're bringing this thing to market. So tell me a little bit about what that process looks like. How did you go from securing the ability to market this thing and build a business around it? And what got you to Boise Entrepreneur Week's finals?
Yeah, so it's definitely been a long road. There's been a lot that has gone into our preparation, not only for this competition, but just as a startup, there's a lot that's going on, a lot of long nights, long weeks. But we've been grinding really hard these past couple months, really getting this product out in front of individual homeowners, in front of retail stores, and also to big commercial properties. So we're hitting it from a variety of angles to make sure that we hit our target audience.
Sweet. And you are, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are actually outside of the Treasure Valley. You're located in Rexburg?
I live in Rexburg. Correct.
Rexburg. Okay, so we got some Eastern Idaho represent, which is awesome. We love to see it at Boise Entrepreneur Week. Despite the name, really Boise Entrepreneur Week is open to any entrepreneur in Idaho. So we love having people from outside of Boise come down and pitch on the stage. So with that in mind, I want to pivot a little bit to our finals this evening. So you'll be competing against 3 other finalists, all in the consumer packaged good industry. So some of you might be wondering, can I eat this? No. Trail Mix is open to any product in basically any product in the CPG industry. So anything you could buy at Albertsons. How are you planning to take the stage tonight and compete against food products? What are you going to do to stand out?
Honestly, our approach is to be honest, right? Because a lot of what we've realized with this product is, even myself, as a user of salt, right, growing up, I thought someone in the powers that be deemed salt as something that was okay for the environment, but it's really about education. And so we really want to get our message out there, and the best way to do that is to be honest and to talk about the problem and talk about the solution. This is a revolutionary solution, something that isn't done, and we are hoping that people will catch the vision.
Yeah. So speaking of the pitch competition tonight, you'll be competing for $50,000 in cash, shelf space at Albertsons, and a consumer research test study by our friends at Studio Blue. What would that prize pool mean for you, for your business, and the trajectory of where you hope to take?
Yeah, it will change. It'll completely change our lives in every way and change the course of this business. $50,000 will help us to manufacture literal tons of product, 50 tons actually.
Wow.
So we can start to get this product out into the market. It's going to help our customers so they can save money on their property damages. And it's really going to help us disrupt this ice melt industry.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing you pitch tonight. You guys can check out Yearsphere at our Trail Mix Food Expo starting at 1 p.m. right here at Jump, and you'll be able to see them take the stage and compete for that $50,000 cash prize, shelf space at Albertsons, and consumer research test study starting at 5:30. Anything you want to leave our viewers with before we wrap up the interview?
The only thing I would say is join our mission. help us help you save money and protect the biosphere. We have one planet, let's live in it together.
I love it. Thank you both so much for joining me today, and good luck tonight. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll be right back with our next interview segments. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, welcome back to Be Live. I'm here with our next finalist interview. Please welcome Matt Taylor and Will Foster with Dionysus. Thanks for joining today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about Dionysus. I mean, this is a fun one, I think, for the audience, because people probably know who you are. If you've been to Tree Fort, if you've been to Boise Entrepreneur Week and you're using, I'm not going to spoil it. You'll know who they are, but just tell us about Dionysus.
Yeah, perfect lead in, honestly. We build a mobile app for music festivals and business conferences. We do ticketing, registration, and we started this project, I'd say 5 years ago. Yeah, and we've just kind of been building it on our nights and weekends, and yeah, we build music festival apps and conference apps. Yeah.
How'd you get into that? Like, where was, you were obviously developers.
Yeah, kind of random. We had an opportunity in 2015 where the existing developer who kind of had a passion project working for Tree Fort, he was looking for a way to exit that, and Will was friends with the organizers and said, I can take a crack at it, and he involved a couple of people, and we did a volunteer application for a number of years, but
Over the years, it was pretty much just Will and I that stuck around, and we're helping them, build out new things. And so we started getting approached by other festivals that they're like, how do we get the Tree Fort app? And we're like, let's think about it. And so we built a platform that makes it really easy for festivals to kind of like build their own brand and essentially have like a Tree Fort app experience, as you know,
yeah,
at the Boise
no.
Entrepreneur Week. So
I mean, to just plug you guys for a second, the Boise Entrepreneur Week app has been incredible. We've heard nothing but good feedback. To bring that app, in-house, I think has totally changed the way that we communicate with our attendees, the way that we lay out our schedule. So thank you for partnering with us this year. Tell us a little bit about your journey with Trailhead / Boise Entrepreneur Week. So you had this idea, you worked with Tree Fort, fill in the blanks between that moment and how you got to here at Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah, I think as we started to get more customers, we started to see that basically there was traction around our idea. There was a lot of people that were interested in owning their brand and not having to co-brand with Eventbrite or any number of ticketing platforms. They wanted to own the whole experience, so it could be the Boise Entrepreneur Week app by Boise Entrepreneur Week or Tree Fort app by Tree Fort. And we just heard that over and over, and we thought to ourselves, we got to do something more official. And being at Trailhead, being around all the other entrepreneurs, it was really influential in our decision to say, let's do this pitch and let's see where it goes from here. And so over the last few months, we've kind of, fine-tuned our pitch, and yeah, we're hopeful to win tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of which, so tomorrow you'll be competing at the BU General Pitch Competition Finals. That competition has a $50,000 grand prize. So talk to us a little bit about what you've done to prepare for that competition over the last month, and how you plan to take the stage tomorrow to win that prize pool.
yeah, that prize pool is significant, right? 50 grand. Like Will said, we've been building this project for several years. I mean, over 10 years working with Tree Fort, but then as the Dionysus project for about 5 years now, in evenings, weekends, and it's kind of growing to be a little bit more than a side hobby, right? So pitching it is fun and interesting because traditionally we've always worked for the man as software engineers. So it's really cool to go from having a side project, passion project, to maybe making the passion project the main thing. It's pretty rare that you get to work on something you love and it also pays the bills. So it's really exciting to see the traction we've gotten right now. So we've been preparing by trying to put all of that enthusiasm and the learnings that we've had over a number of years onto slides and actually communicate what this opportunity means for us. And we're just really excited to share that tomorrow. So
yeah, we're excited to see you take the stage and pitch. It'll be a fierce competition, so you'll be able to see Matt and Will pitch for that $50,000 grand prize tomorrow afternoon at 5:30 p.m. or right here on BU Live. We're about to run out of time, so I want to leave with one last question. What would you like to tell our audience about what winning this cash prize could mean for you?
The cash prize, the $50,000 cash prize would be completely transformative for our business. We believe the $50,000 will help us get our annual revenue to the $1 million mark for our business. And doing so will allow both of us to be full-time. We'll be able to employ sales and marketing and actually turn our side project into a real business and achieve our entrepreneurial goals.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Gasoline on the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck to you both. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you take the stage tomorrow and compete in the Boise Entrepreneur Week Pitch Competition Finals. That was Matt Taylor and Will Foster with Dionysus. We'll be right back with our next interview. Thanks for joining. Welcome back to BU Live. We're here with our next Boise Entrepreneur Week General Pitch Competition finalist, Eric Crawford with IFP Connect. Eric, thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys for making the time. I appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. We've also got Tia Marastigar back joining us again for this interview. So let's just jump right into it. Tell us about IFP Connect and how you got to this point.
Yeah, so short previous life was I was in this industry, in the low voltage cabling world for about 18 years. And what I noticed was that these solutions we were putting in were incredibly labor intensive. I ended up having carpal tunnel surgery on both hands because of repetitive stress from terminating category cable. And so I was calling all of our suppliers like, there's got to be something else. All these service providers are doing fiber, yet we're still putting old copper cable from 1983 in these homes and in these businesses. And why? And they're like, well, that's all there is. And so I saw that no one was coming out with a solution to address this, to address the high labor, the limited future capacity, all these other problems with category cable. And because my previous life, I was a manufacturing engineer. So I had experience in the manufacturing world and supply chain and all those types of things. I thought, well, if no one else is going to do it, then I'll go ahead and do it. So that started in 2019, 2020, and then sold my integration company a year and a half ago to focus full-time on this.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So who would be the ultimate end customer? Who would buy this?
So we are a B2B model to the low voltage company. So the low voltage company or the electrician, the one that actually wires the building, is the one that would buy it. So what we kind of demonstrate is that when we go in to talk with, because builders and developers will often be the actual decision maker, so they'll create that demand. And typically in a home or a business, you'll have a mess of category cable, something like this.
Wow.
And every single one of these wires needs to be tracked and terminated and tested and everything. And with our hardware, you're instead replacing all of this with this.
Oh, how is that? Wow, how is that possible?
So this is exactly what service providers realized in all their server farms, was that the capacity of fiber optic cable is so much better than copper that you're able to do so much more. So one individual strand of fiber equals 32 strands of copper.
Wow.
So we're able to take, and I mean, you just think about it, there's no repetitive stress here. So all the problems with carpal tunnel and everything else go away, not to mention just look at the install and testing and termination. It's a night and day difference.
What are the unit economics? I mean, I understand it saves labor time, it saves the hassle, there's a convenience factor. What about the unit economics? I mean, it looks cheaper, but I don't know.
Yeah, it is. So typically, the low voltage company will save about 30% in their labor in regard to the actual time for install. Cost-wise, we're going to see about a 10 to 27% reduction.
Wow.
So on a single-family home, you can see a reduction in cost by about $2,700.
That's significant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious. Something I want to pull on a thread that you mentioned during your intro. So you have a background in engineering.
Yeah.
What's it like to take that really specific expertise and translate it into a business, to switch into an entrepreneurial mindset and to build a company around this idea?
Yeah, I will say that my passion is definitely on the engineering and product side.
Like all good entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Well, but at the same time, as an engineer, it was for me very fun because I had one lane to focus on. It was just product manufacturing, that side of it. And so now combining that with the business side of it, now there's a lot of things I used to do it on my own. Now those get outsourced to others, because I have the entrepreneurial business side that I need to manage, and then it's the marketing and sales and business model and forecasting, all these other things that I now need to bring in. Unfortunately, that's where the 18 years of being in the low voltage industry helped me gain those skills to then be able to combine with my engineering.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And so we're excited.
So in that journey of taking your engineering skill set and transferring it to entrepreneurship, I have noticed a lot of growth in even your little elevator pitch. So you have a mentor, right?
I do.
Who is the mentor?
Very fortunately, my mentor is Nick, who won last year.
With Flashpoint building systems.
Yeah, with
you have a
Flashpoint.
previous winner in
awesome.
your corner, huh?
I do. So
how's that experience been?
Oh, it's been awesome. It's been awesome. I mean, it's thanks to both of you, because I would not have that introduction. I would not have that relationship without Trailhead, because you guys were able to make that introduction. And Nick and I, we just clicked because He's in the field of construction, and that's really where we're at. So we've got together and shared stories about going to market and trying to get people to truly think differently about how we build and how we construct. And his solution is very similar to ours in that we're addressing the inefficiencies in these processes that builders and developers have been following for moons. And we're trying to say, look, there's a better way. Just look at least evaluate these options. And so having Nick has just been, it's been awesome.
So many cool intersections. I mean, both Nick's solution and your solution also help us address the housing crisis and bring down housing costs. And I know that that's a big initiative for the city of Boise right now. So very current and very relevant.
Right. And I think it's cool that you touch on sort of this legacy of having last year's winners mentor you for this year's pitch competition. I think it really touches on what Trailhead is all about, what Boise Entrepreneur Week is all about. It's not just that cash prize. It's really education, it's experience, it's community. And it's just cool to see that in action. So with that in mind, how are you feeling about the pitch competition? We're running out of time, so this is my ending question for you.
The outro.
You'll be competing tomorrow at 5:30 for $50,000. What does that mean to you? What would that mean for IFP Connect and you as an entrepreneur?
Well, to kind of hit two really quick things on that. One is that, all of the companies that are there pitching some type of AI or software solution, they all need data. So we somewhat say that we're selling the shovels for this next networking gold rush because they're all going to need data. They're all going to need a network. So for us, we don't necessarily care which one of those providers wins in regard to the bigger business model because they're all going to need a big network. For us, in regard to that 50,000, what we know is that every single time we get our solution and we get this, we demonstrate this to builders, developers, and low voltage companies, they love it. They're like, wow, this is what we need. So that 50,000 is very specifically targeted to a online program or online pay-per-click program, and then combined with a direct mail initiative to show our solution to developers so that then developers can actually see, oh wow, there is a better way, because they just don't know. So the more we can push that out and get the word out, that's what will help us move forward.
That's awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing your pitch tomorrow night. You can see it in person at Jump starting at 5:30 or right here on View Live. Thanks for tuning in. That was Eric Crawford with IFP Connect. We'll be right back with our next interview.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it.
Hey, welcome back to the Bu live stream. We're joined with our next Boise Entrepreneur Week finalist, Mike Tisdale with Gym Guard. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Such a great event down here. Lots of great entrepreneurs having a great time.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you seem to have found your people here. I noticed.
Oh, yeah.
You've been all
Yeah.
everywhere, connecting, networking.
That's it. Yeah, been everywhere. And so many great speakers and just lots of great education for all of us founders as well. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you gotten to see any of the sessions, or which event has been your favorite so far?
Yeah, I've been hopping around a little bit. I got to say the kickoff party was probably the best time I've had
That
so
one's
far.
so fun.
Yeah,
always a good time.
everybody in one room and just casual environment, networking. It was a lot of fun.
Well, we're here celebrating you and the other entrepreneurs participating. So tell us a little bit about what you're building with Gym Guard.
Yeah, so Gym Guard is an asset management software that's specifically for fitness equipment. So we try to simplify the process of not only managing your fitness equipment, but getting it back up and running faster. And at the end of the day, just creating a better experience for anybody who's using that fitness equipment anywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, what baffled my mind about some of the stats you used earlier when we first met, I go to the gym, I know Jacob is an avid gym goer. How much inventory in the form of equipment sits on any given gym's floor?
Yeah.
And how little asset management goes into managing that inventory. Think of a car lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have a lot of cars, they manage those cars. They're
Sure.
always clean, they're ready to go. How do gyms manage this process?
Yeah, I mean, that's where this idea came from. They're managing millions of dollars of assets and they're using antiquated spreadsheets or, worse than that, even a logbook where they're having someone write down that something's broken. And it's mind-blowing when you think about millions of dollars of equipment that's out there and they don't have a better process to make sure that it stays up and running, gets repaired quickly, the right parties are involved. And that's really the goal of Gym Guard is to help the maintenance folks get that stuff up and running quickly, get them the information they need, but also just provide a better experience for the members. I had a bad experience this morning, treadmill hopping. We've all been there, right? Where, one wouldn't turn on, one's TV wouldn't work, the other one, the belt was slipping. And I'm like, there has to be a better way. you
Right.
know? And so that's where it came from.
Good thing you're pitching tomorrow then.
Exactly. Yeah. And you touch on something that I think is interesting about your business too, because it's not just the value of the equipment, the state of it. There's a tangible loss in an upset member.
Absolutely.
In somebody who goes to the gym and is tired of always having to treadmill hop.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there's a lot of competition out there in the fitness space and people have options, which is great, but the last thing a gym owner wants is to lose a member for something that they could have prevented.
Right.
And a lot of times it's just lack of communication. They don't understand there's a problem until the problem's so bad that people are leaving. And actually it costs 5 times more to generate one new member like you guys than it does to keep the one that you already have. So the focus is always on retention. So our goal for sure is to make sure that the all clients have a great experience every time they go in.
Now this passion of yours to solve this problem comes from a deep-rooted, you being in this industry. So help us understand sort of the context of you and the fitness industry.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent the majority of my career in the fitness industry. I've been in it for over 20 years. I've run a lot of gyms. I've consulted for health clubs. I've owned a lot of health clubs.
So you've been
over
on
the
both
years.
sides of this fence then?
Both sides. I've felt this pain, as an end user, and I've felt this pain as the gym owner who's losing members due to this problem, and seeing that expense month over month of constant repairs and not what's going on, not seeing what's going on. It's just a nagging issue. So lots of experience with the pain that the gym owners are dealing with. And not just gyms, when you think about the market, it's health clubs, it's multifamily apartment complexes where last thing they're worried about is fixing their treadmill.
Hotels too, right?
Hotels.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of different segments that we're looking to grow into.
Yeah, it's a huge market by the sounds of it. And you definitely have a lot of experience working within it. A lot of experience as an entrepreneur. So pivoting to the pitch competition tonight, you're going to be tomorrow night, sorry.
Yeah.
You're going to be competing against 7 other finalists for $50,000 in cash. What have you done to prepare yourself for that competition?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've really identified a problem. We've had a lot of preparation. We've also had a lot of really great wins so far in a short period of time. We have some great traction. We launched our MVP. We're starting to onboard clients as early as next week, which is really exciting. So we put a lot of groundwork out there, and we're just excited to compete and show everybody what our solution does.
Yeah.
In the process to the lead up, I'm assuming you've had a mentor like all the other finalists. Who was your mentor, if I may ask?
Yeah, there's so many that come to mind, but honestly, he's one of my advisors, and it's Josh Wheeler. He's the one who really got me in the industry and let me realize the industry could be a big business. You're not just a gym guy that's hanging out in a gym all day. And so he was really phenomenal, taught me a lot of great things, and I'm happy that he's an advisor for us now and kind of helping with some direction from an operator's point of view. So.
Mentors play such a key role in this entrepreneurial journey. That's why I make sure to highlight them and give them some credit.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us for this interview.
Absolutely.
We're both super excited to see you take the stage tomorrow. If you want to see Mike pitch for $50,000, come by Jump tomorrow afternoon around 5:30. We'll be kicking things off, or you can tune in right here on View Live. Thank you again for joining us, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
See everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be right back with our next interview.
Nicely done.
Welcome back. We're here again with our next interview. We're here with Donald Young with Rattler Medical Solutions. Donald, thanks for joining us today, for joining me today. TM's gone now. For joining me today. Tell us a little bit about Rattler Medical Solutions.
So Rattler Medical, we're developing a next generation cooler that will allow military medics and EMS agencies and NGOs to carry blood and other temperature sensitive medications for prolonged periods of time.
Wow. Okay, so a battery powered ice pack.
Essentially.
Why is that important? Why would our military personnel need something?
So the number one cause of death for the U.S. military on the battlefield is uncontrolled hemorrhaging, and then the end results that come from that. So like between 2001 and 2011, there were over 1,000 preventable deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they just weren't able to get blood in time. And by the time they reached the combat surgical hospital or civilian side, they reach an ER, they're trying to play catch up, and there's already permanent damage that's done.
Wow, so that's a significant problem. For that to be the number one problem or the number one cause of deaths is pretty insane. So talk to us a little bit about how you came up with this idea.
So I was a medic in the Army. I did 12 years doing that, and the unit I was with, they were like, hey, you're going on a deployment, and we're like, all right, cool. And we're like, well, we want to be able to carry blood because there was a good chance we would be away from the base for 2, 3, 4 days at a time. And so being able to carry blood with us would have been life-changing and ultimately would have saved lives, but there wasn't a good option out there. There was options like you can carry 1 unit of blood for about 12 hours. Like, okay, well, so every 12 hours we need a helicopter or a vehicle to bring new ice or gel out to us, which isn't always feasible. And the other options were they get bigger and carry more blood, but it gets to the point where it's cool if I have a vehicle, but if I have to leave my vehicle, I can't carry around a giant Yeti cooler full of ice.
They're big cardboard boxes,
yeah,
right?
those ones, and they have like battery powered ones that you can plug into your vehicle, but I mean the cooler empty weighs 20 pounds.
Wow.
Like I can't put it in my back and carry it. So ours is significantly more compact. It's about the size of like a soup thermos, essentially in size. It will allow a single medic to carry 4 units of blood. It weighs about 2 pounds without blood in it. So with the blood, you're looking at about 3 pounds. And
compared
then,
to 20.
Yeah, and then a single battery, you'll be able to do 48 hours to 72 hours of life off that one battery, keeping that blood at 4 degrees Celsius.
That's incredible. Wow, so I want to pivot a little bit, because now that we have a better understanding of your product, I want to talk about your journey. I've seen you around this ecosystem for a little while now.
A couple years.
Yeah, well, and I think there's something really cool there that our viewers could learn a lot from. I've seen your applications for Boise Pitch Night, time and time, like you have been persistent with this, and here you are on your way to the Boise Entrepreneur Week finals tomorrow to compete for $50,000. So the stick-to-itiveness and persistency, I think, it is so crucial to the entrepreneurial spirit and journey. So tell us a little bit about those major milestones. What got you from having this idea, seeing this problem, to developing the product, all the way to here at Boise Entrepreneur Week?
So I started the design about 3 years ago, and it was after I was like, all right, this is a problem I've had. I talked to some other my medic buddies, and they're like, oh yeah, no, if we could carry blood, that'd be great. Like, or they did deploy, and they're like, we didn't carry blood because it just wasn't feasible. So we just said it's not worth the extra weight or the extra like logistical constraints. So I was like, all right, well, there's definitely more than me that just had this problem.
Right.
And so started YouTube University and kind of teaching myself how to do some things. And then talking to different people and kind of building it up from there. And then I applied for Boise Pitch Night, pitched there, got a lot of great feedback, met a lot of great people. Yeah. Applied last year for the main pitch competition, but ended up pitching at the veteran track. Awesome. And got some great mentors that from there and advisors from there that were able to kind of help push that along and help me find that there are way more people out there that are looking for this solution.
Right.
And now I'm here today and pitching tomorrow. So it's been a long journey. It's been fun. Lots of ups and downs. Lots of days where I'm like, flipping burgers at McDonald's sounds kind of nice right now. But I mean, end of the day, my goal is to help make a difference and make sure people make it back home to their families.
Yeah,
if the worst happens.
Which is the most important thing. And I commend you both for your service and for creating something to help keep our servicemen and women safe. So talking about mentorship, that was a crucial thing that you mentioned in this journey of getting to Boise Entrepreneur Week and pitching for this $50,000. Who have you been working with over the past month to prepare you for tomorrow's pitch competition?
So I've been working with Corey Henson. He was one of the founders of Lumini. He's been really big in this ecosystem for quite a while now.
Yeah, first responder product.
Yeah, and especially with Boise Entrepreneur Week, he's been mentoring for I think the last 3 or 4 years, and he's been a super great point to be able to bounce things off of, kind of rehearse things, fine tune things. And then one of my advisors, Sawtooth Ventures, they've been helping me quite a bit too, kind of helping adjust that market fit and making sure that the people who would be using this will actually fit with what they're needing. And so it's not like, hey, here's an apple, you want an orange, but it's the orange that you want.
This was built for you.
Yeah.
This will help you. Yeah, I mean, super excited to see you pitch tomorrow. Best of luck to you. I want to ask one last question as we wrap up this interview. I've mentioned a couple times you're going to be competing for the $50,000 grand prize. What would winning that mean for you and Rattler Medical?
So at this point so far, I've been bootstrapping, self-funding. That $50,000 will allow me to actually take an engineering firm and take what I've developed so far and fine-tune it and make it more efficient and prettier, and make a couple of units that I can actually send out to some of the special operations medics so they can start the field testing, and I can start getting feedback to say, here's where it broke, here's what we like, here's what we don't like, and then hopefully within about 6 months I'll be able to take this fully to market and start selling to the DoD as well as civilian EMS agencies like Ada County and Life Flight Network.
Wow. Well, best of luck to you. We'll be rooting for you. Good luck. If you want to see Donald pitch tomorrow at the Boise Entrepreneur Week pitch competition finals, join us here at Jump at 5:30 p.m. or tune in right here on View Live. Donald, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck
I appreciate
tomorrow.
it.
Yeah. Welcome back to BU Live. I'm joined this time with two Boise Entrepreneur Week finalists, Nick Hepworth and Jay Kim with Subbit. Tell us a little bit about Subbit.
Yeah, so Subbit's just an online marketplace for subscriptions. So we let different local businesses like coffee shops, pet groomers, they can kind of list their items as subscriptions, and we can put them on a marketplace for people to browse in one place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your sales pitch to a small business owner that is not traditionally a subscription business?
Yeah,
what's your pitch to them?
Yeah, we usually, for a coffee shop or a pet groomer, it's usually pretty different. For a coffee shop, I'm always like, hey, do you want to sell 30 cups of coffee and guarantee that every single month? They're all like, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
But mostly we're just always trying to learn. So we always just go at an approach of like, hey, we're trying to figure out the best way to sell a subscription for you, and we want to learn with you through that process, and they're usually pretty open to that.
Sweet. So tell me, walk me through the experience. So this is a software product, obviously.
Yep.
What does it look like? Say I'm a coffee shop owner. I want to offer a subscription coffee service for my coffee grounds. What does that look like?
Yeah, so we kind of started off Subbit with the idea of like, okay, we really wanted to sell a subscription, but we also kind of like the Etsy model of things where you can go to a business, look at how many products they have, and you can kind of do it all through like a marketplace.
Yeah, e-commerce.
Yeah, exactly. So we just have a business register so we can like vet them out, see if they're cool, see if they kind of fit with what we're trying to do. And then we have them upload their storefront, so upload a logo, a little information about the business, where they're located. And then we let them upload a subscription and link their bank account to make payments, and it's as easy as that.
Yeah, so they can get customers through the website, by customers who are already looking for subscriptions for alternative options, or they can get customers to subscribe to them through QR codes that's set up on their seller store, on their countertops in their physical store. So there's multiple routes for them to use our product.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Jay, tell me about how this idea came to you all. Where did this come from? Where did you notice this problem? And how did you build Subbit?
Yeah, so it first started with Nick over here. He was trying to sell supplements as subscriptions, but couldn't find the right platform to do so. And then after searching, this is all his story, but after searching, he might tell it better, but he couldn't find any way to do it actually. So he thought, why don't we just make one? That's where it started.
Yeah, and so I had my roommate, he's actually here right now. His name's Aoi Kiriki. He was a computer science major.
Hey, roommate.
He's over there somewhere. But he was a computer science major, he's significantly smarter than pretty much everybody we know. He's crazy.
Computer science people are
next
so
level.
smart. It's wizardry.
Yeah,
well,
next
I'm
level.
technically computer science, but
he's right up there with them.
I'm not that smart.
But we were pretty much just came together. We were like, okay, we can probably make subscriptions easier for a business to offer. We got to work with different sellers, talking to them about what they're looking for, what their needs were, and how many tools they use right now to keep their customers around. And we've pretty much experienced it because we were trying to solve our own problem. We were like, okay, I want to sell a subscription, but I like the the feel of listing it on marketplace. So why don't we just make a marketplace that they can list those on?
And see, your team has taken a really interesting journey to Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah.
You're from outside of town. You're from
Rexburg, Idaho.
Yeah, the Rexburg area. So another team coming to represent. We love it here at Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah.
So talk to me about your participation in the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge, and you were golden ticket winners, right? How did that influence your journey here to BU?
Jay, you can take this one.
I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah, so we were just working on Subbit. It was like the middle of the winter. I think it was like January, and IAC was in April. So we were just working on everything, and then one of our mentors, he reached out to us and was like, hey, this seems like it's right up your alley. We think you guys could win. And so we gave it a shot. We kind of were building up our business as we were going, because that kind of takes priority. And as we were building everything out, we just kind of realized, like, okay, we can put this into a slide deck, hopefully try to articulate it the right way. And it's our own business, we kind of know things, we know our measurables, we know how we can kind of, talk about it. So we're just pretty confident going into IEC, and coming to find out there's a whole entrepreneurial ecosystem we didn't even know about.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool to connect with everybody, see where everybody's at in Idaho, and it's opened up a lot of opportunities for us to kind of expand and look at, where we're at in the state too.
Right, yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, there's so many awesome organizations working to connect Idaho's entrepreneurs and provide them resources.
Yeah.
And I think you guys have a great story of how you got plugged in. You had this idea, you were thinking about building something, but you got plugged into one program, and then another, and then another.
Yeah.
And now here you are at Boise Entrepreneur Week. You're competing tomorrow for a cash prize of $50,000. That's a lot of subscriptions.
Yeah.
So what would that prize pool mean to you guys for your business?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot we could do with that. We have it in our pitch deck of what specifically our plans will be with using those funds. It includes things like, retaining team talent, because, we realized how much of a blessing it is to have the talented team that we have right now. We want to keep them around because we share the same vision, and we want to make sure that they stick around with us to see where we go.
Yeah, and I mean, funds like that, they can really help, like what Jay said, talk about keeping the team around, but also expanding our horizons. Again, Subit's very expansion focused, but we're also trying to find the right fit for us as we grow. We've been lucky enough to find the right sellers in different places, from Salt Lake City to here in Idaho, but going to different places is kind of what we're all about, so finding that right sellers, this can open up the funds for that.
Yeah, I love what you guys are building, bringing e-commerce and subscription models to small businesses.
Yeah.
It's super empowering, really innovative. And I'm looking forward to seeing you pitch tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah.
If you want to see Nick and Jay participate in tomorrow's finals, tune in on Bu Live here, or even better, grab a free ticket and join us at Jump at 5:30 p.m. That was Nick and Jay with Subit. So thank you for joining us, and good luck tomorrow. We'll be right back with our next interview.
Sweet.
All right. All right, welcome back. One last time, we're here with our final Boise Entrepreneur Week pitch night, or Boise Entrepreneur Week pitch competition finalist. My bad. I'm here with John Latore. Thank you for joining me, John.
Thanks for having me, Jacob.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your business.
Yeah, so we do fractional revenue management in the vacation rental space and help operators all over the world maximize their revenue for them and their homeowners.
Okay, so what does that look like? Walk me through the process. I'm a property manager.
Yeah, well, being a property manager in the short-term vacation rental space, you are very busy. There's a plethora of things that you have to handle to make sure the home's ready for the guest, make sure the guest has a great experience, and just to keep the operation running and keep the business going. At the end of the day, revenue management, or high-level, very technical revenue management, can sometimes be cast aside or maybe not concentrated on enough. And the reality is, if you can squeeze out just a couple extra percentage points of revenue, it can make or break your business or your homeowner's ability to pay their bills. And so that's where we come in. We take that off the operator's plate and allow them to make more money for themselves and their owners.
That sounds great. More money is always always a good thing. So talk to us a little bit about your journey here to Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Yeah.
Where did you come up with this idea? Where does your expertise come from? Yep. And what other trials have you come through to wind up here in the finals?
So I've been doing revenue management in the vacation rental space for about a decade. I previously was at one of the larger vacation rental companies in the world, managing north of 40,000 properties and a large team of people running revenue on those properties to make sure they're maximizing their potential. I basically left that company and fell into an opportunity to help out a mom and pop operator in Florida. And really that's just, that went really well about a year and a half ago, and fast forward to today, we got a great book of business all over the world, supporting thousands of properties and a lot of our operators, and yeah, it's going really well. Being a founder is new, certainly, which is fun, and which is really why I appreciate Trailhead and appreciate Boise Entrepreneur Week, because while I did have a little bit of experience with a camper van rental company prior to SDR Consulting, really running this business has proven to be a whole nother beast. And I don't think I could do it without Trailhead and just the network that I've grown to love here in Boise.
Yeah, so what talk to us about that. What has, I guess, stepping into the shoes of an entrepreneur fully with this venture, what does that look like for you?
Everything. I'm really involved in every aspect of the business right now. Luckily, we've been able to hire some really good people to kind of help me stay organized and directed and achieve the goals that we want to achieve, and really support our clients in the best way possible while continuing to improve the value that we're able to add. But even just being able to network with attorneys in the area, financial experts, that type of access has been huge for me, because I don't know what I don't know.
Exactly. I was just going to say, it's not what you know, it's who. Yeah. And that's I think a huge benefit that a lot of people find at Boise Entrepreneur Week is, we pack jump with all the people in Idaho who can help take an idea and turn it into a full-fledged business. So it's great to see that in action. Tomorrow night, I'm going to pivot a little bit to the pitch competition. So tomorrow night, you're going to be pitching against 7 other finalists for the $50,000 grand prize. What's your approach? What are you planning to do to set what you're doing aside from what they're doing and to really resonate with the judges? Yeah, so one of the biggest things I think we have going for us is just our traction. We currently support a lot of operators worldwide. We're in a lot of many different countries, and we've grown very, very quickly. My problem now, not a problem, our opportunity is not the growth. The growth is there. There's a lot of, we've really proven the value proposition for our clients. It's figuring out how to scale in the proper way. And so I think as far as tomorrow's pitch, we just have a lot of good momentum. And so if we can communicate that momentum in the right way, I think it'll go a long ways. Sweet. Yeah, well, we're super excited to see you take the stage, to see you pitch tomorrow. If you'd like to see John Latore pitch at Boise Entrepreneur Week's Pitch Competition Finals, you can join us right here at Jump at 5:30 p.m. Get there early at 5 p.m. for an open happy hour, or you can tune in right here on View Live. John, thank you so much for taking some time to tell us about your business, to talk to us about how you prepared for this pitch competition, and good luck to you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Thank you.
No problem. And I'll leave us with one note. Make sure to stay tuned to View Live. This isn't the end of our segment today, even though it's the end of our interviews. We've got our military track pitch competition coming right up next, and you'll be able to watch it here on View Live. Thanks, and we'll see you next time.
See ya.
Thanks for tuning in. That was our morning segment of BU Live. Stick around, we've got a lot more fun coming up this afternoon. If you're here in person with us at Jump, you can come partake in the military pitch competition on the 6th floor in the Pioneer Room, where you'll see veteran business owners pitch for a large pool of prize money. It's going to be a ton of fun. And if you're sticking around for this evening, make sure you catch the trail mix pitch competition taking place at 5:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. What you'll do is either join us here at Jump, register for free, see the action live in person, or you can tune in right here on BU Live. Thanks again for watching our morning segment, and we'll see you later.